Chapter 2457. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The puppet Mei Xian nodded and tossed a pile of spiritual stones to the servant before walking in. There were no rules to enter the Bloody Seven Nights. Anyone could enter if they wanted to. However, it was not that easy to enter the real Bloody Seven Nights. There was almost no one in the outer ring of the Bloody Seven Nights. After all, those who could enter the Bloody Seven Nights were here because of the uniqueness of the Bloody Seven Nights. Not long after Yi Xian entered, a servant approached Yi Xian. "Hello, sir. Is this your first time in the Bloody Seven Nights?" The servant looked very strange. He had the head of a wolf, but the body of a bullfrog. His eyes were compound. This should be the thousand-eyed wolf frog tribe, a subsidiary tribe of the fierce white giant tribe. Yi Xian thought to himself, the name of the thousand-eyed wolf frog tribe is very fitting. Compound eyes are like 1,000 eyes. Wolf head and frog body are exactly the same as a wolf frog. Of course, Yi Xian's gaze didn't linger on the thousand-eyed wolf frog servant for too long. Instead, he said, "This is my first time here." "I see. Then, please follow me to get your identity talisman." "Identity talisman? What's that?" Yi Xian asked curiously. "Oh, sir, you might not know, but my Bloody Seven Nights is divided into 7 entertainment areas. Each area has a corresponding identification rune. As for how to handle it, it is very simple. You just need to show your wealth. Sir, you can rest assured that my Bloody Seven Nights reputation is perfect. As long as you are our guest, we will definitely protect your privacy and safety." Although the thousand-eyed wolf frog clan attendant wasn't strong, his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. It was obvious that he would often encounter some experts here. As for Yi Xian's high-level Divine Emperor realm cultivation, he could only be considered to be above average in this Bloody Seven Nights. Since he was here to relax, Yi Xian naturally did not want to cause trouble. He followed the thousand-eyed wolf frog to the other side. Soon, Yi Xian's identity talisman was processed. Yi Xian only showed 1,000,000 spiritual stones and was granted access to the first and second zones. After all, Yi Xian was just here to relax. He did not intend to entertain for too long. After the identity talisman was processed, Yi Xian was led to a transportation formation. This was the entrance to the Bloody Seven Nights' secret realm. However, when Yi Xian entered the first zone, he realized how extravagant the Bloody Seven Nights was. Yi Xian was. Xian was Yi Xian, and there were countless pavilions. Pavilions. And pavilions, there were thousands of servants. Pavilions that were House Xian translation, 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 Wang translation, 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 translation of translation, 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 translation _ translation. Of course, the monthly fee of 100,000 spirit stones was not something an ordinary person could easily accept. Of course, if someone was willing to add on 1,000,000 spiritual stones, the lives of these 1,000 servants could be handed over to the master. These servants were specially nurtured by the Bloody Seven Nights. They were considered one of the subordinate races of the Bloody Seven Nights. Moreover, each of them had taken the face-retaining pill refined by the Bloody Seven Nights. This face-preserving pill didn't just make the servants look more handsome, it was also a method of control. It could be said that the servants of the Bloody Seven Nights had no way of leaving this mystic realm. Once they did, the only thing that awaited them would be their bodies exploding. Of course, as long as one was willing to pay the appropriate price, the Bloody Seven Nights could get any servants of any race. Yi Xian did not care about these servants. After accepting his own palace, Yi Xian headed outside. In the Bloody Seven Nights, all the servants wore the same uniform. Of course, in their own palace, the master could let the servants wear their favorite clothes according to their preferences. Outside, they could only wear the same uniform. The reason for this was to make it easier to distinguish between different identities. In other words, as long as they were not wearing servant clothes, they were definitely guests. Gambling. Without a doubt, gambling was necessary in every entertainment venue. It was the same in the Bloody Seven Nights. Furthermore, in this place, you can also set up bets according to your own wishes. At this moment, Yi Xian walked into a casino called the Treasure Trove Pavilion. The Treasure Trove Pavilion was extremely large, and there were a lot of tricks to play. Other than the usual dice, paijio, and so on, there were also many people who came up with new ways to play. In any case, as long as you were willing, you could gamble however you wanted. At this time, Yi Xian was standing at a gambling table. The gambling table set up by the dealer here was quite interesting to Yi Xian. This guy had actually created several mini mazes. This maze had several small puppets. The gambling table's requirements were very simple. Whoever could control their own small puppet to reach the end first would be considered the winner. Then all the bets would belong to that person. The dealer would not personally participate in the gambling. After all, the maze was created by him. Even if he wanted to participate, no one would be willing to play with him. Controlling the small puppet could only be done with divine telekinesis. Therefore, the fine control of divine telekinesis was extremely high. The maze was also constantly changing. According to the dealer, his maze had a total of 9,999 types of random changes. Furthermore, it was constantly changing. Therefore, this also tested the gambler's mastery of array formations. It could be said that in order to win, not only must one have a certain foundation in array formations, one must also have an extremely strong divine telekinesis. Yi Xian saw that most of the people gathered here were array formation masters. This was because only array formation masters would dare to challenge this gambling table. If it were anyone else, even if their divine telekinesis was extremely strong, they would still be trapped in it if they did not understand array formations. Come. Place your bets. 10,000 spiritual stones for 1 round. There are 9 spots. Who else wants to sign up? Another round of gambling began. Yi Xian watched 1 round and had the idea of giving it a try. At this time, he casually threw down 10,000 spiritual stones and stood beside a small puppet. Oh, there's a newcomer. I haven't seen you before. A transformed divine beast beside Yi Xian looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian also smiled and said lightly, "You've just arrived today." Newcomer, you have to be careful. This puppet maze is not as simple as you think it is. Whether it is simple or not, we will only know after we try. Yi Xian said lightly. In fact, Yi Xian was quite confident in himself. After all, Yi Xian was an array formation master, a divine talisman master, and a restriction master. He was much stronger than these simple array formation masters. Therefore, Yi Xian was confident that he could defeat them. The 9 of them quickly gathered enough. The 90,000 spiritual stones were all kept by the dealer. The dealer did not stand on ceremony and directly took 5,000 spiritual stones. He had created this puppet maze to reap the benefits. Otherwise, why would he open a gambling house? Chapter 2458. Extracting the star sand. The dealer had already explained the basic operation method. Even if he didn't explain it, one could understand it just by looking at it once. Hence, at the start of the maze, everyone used their divine telekinesis to control their puppets and start moving forward. Yi Xian used his divine telekinesis to cover the entire maze. He carefully observed the changes within in order to find the path that the puppets would take. At the same time, he had to think of a way to prevent the other 8 from interfering with their divine telekinesis. In fact, this puppet maze was already considered a very mild gambling ground. The divine telekinesis of the 9 people wouldn't attack each other. However, with 9 divine telekinesis gathered in this small maze, it was inevitable that they would interfere with each other. Hence, everyone had to control the power of their divine telekinesis at all times to prevent their divine telekinesis from being interfered with. After all, once one's divine telekinesis was interfered with, it would be even more difficult to control. For example, at this moment, the person with Yi Xian didn't have enough control over his divine telekinesis and was being interfered with by the other 8 people. He couldn't even control his puppet. Yi Xian's divine telekinesis completely enveloped the small puppet and used it to form a complete defense around the puppet. Only 4 of the 9 people were able to do this. However, there were others who took a different approach. At this moment, One person turned his divine telekinesis into a tentacle that circled around his puppet. The tentacle had the ability to detect. Once it sensed interference from other divine telekinesis, it would immediately transform into a divine telekinesis shield to defend itself. The advantage of doing this was that the utilization of one's divine telekinesis was maximized and there was no need to waste much divine telekinesis. However, not everyone could do this. It could be said that this person's manipulation method required an extremely high level of divine telekinesis manipulation. The 9 people each used their best abilities to solve the maze while controlling the puppet to move forward. At this moment, no one around them interfered. After all, since they were here to play, they knew very well that the puppet maze required an extremely high level of concentration. Yi Xian's entire focus was on the puppet maze. His mind was rapidly deciphering the maze's spirit arrays and searching for a way out. The small puppet also stumbled forward. Yi Xian took a full hour to walk out of this tiny puppet labyrinth. Even so, he was the first to leave, and his speed was much faster than the second place. With 95,000 spirit stones in hand, Yi Xian didn't care too much about the spirit stones. Instead, he was more interested in the puppet maze. This was because he had only played it once, and he could clearly feel that his divine telekinesis micromanipulation had improved a little. It could be said that as long as Yi Xian played this puppet maze once a day, he would be able to rapidly improve his divine telekinesis micromanipulation. It was a pity that Yi Xian did not know how to create this puppet maze. Even if he could find a way to buy one from the dealer, there would not be a group of people competing with him with their telepathic thoughts like now, so it would not be of any use to him at all. Therefore, Yi Xian gave up on the idea of buying this puppet maze to train his divine telekinesis micromanipulation. After playing a round of the puppet maze, Yi Xian continued to walk forward. Not long after, he came across a strange gambling table. This dealer had actually obtained a large amount of a special mineral called the star sand from who knows where. This star sand was used to refine treasures and the like, but in reality, it did not have much use. However, the star sand had an extremely special attribute, and that was that it was extremely difficult to refine. Generally speaking, the weapon refiners of the realm of the gods would use the star sand as a material for their level assessment. Of course, the star sand was also divided into different levels, and the star sand on this gambling table was actually the highest level of existence. The rules of the gambling table were extremely simple. The star sand would be divided into several equal portions, and whoever could refine the star sand faster would win. Of course, if there was not much time left, the winner would be determined by the purity of the star sand extracted. Refining the star sand was a basic skill that every weapon refiner knew. Therefore, it was inevitable that there would be people who wanted to try and challenge it. Even if they clearly knew that since this person dared to set up a gambling table, it showed that he had extremely strong confidence in refining the star sand. Come, who wants to give it a try? Refining the star sand is a basic skill for every weapon refiner. 2 portions of star sand, whoever finishes refining first will win. The minimum bet is 100,000 spirit stones. Who wants to give it a try? If you win, I'll pay you double. After winning once again, the banker happily put away the spirit stones he had won into his interspatial ring, and then began to shout loudly again. Yi Xian had been paying attention to this dealer's movements all along. What was strange was that this guy did not cheat, but his refining technique was very special. It was not a conventional refining technique at all, but a very strange one. Including Yi Xian, except for the dealer, most likely everyone else would feel extremely uncomfortable just by looking at it. His every move seemed to deliberately violate the rules of refining. Every move seemed to be so bold. It felt like this guy was not refining the material at all, but courting death. Fire, mystic fire, extinguishing fire, serene fire, and calamity fire. 5 completely different refining flames, but this guy insisted on forcefully merging them into one. Not to mention the others, even Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do this with the help of the system. The fusion of 5 types of flames was definitely not a simple matter. This was because these 5 types of flames were not simple flames. Following that, this guy was extremely bold and risky when refining. Almost every time he refined, he would only stop when he reached a critical point of strength. Yi Xian was ashamed of his control. If this guy was just a little slower, the entire refining process was destined to be ruined. But he had grasped that delicate moment well. Genius! Yi Xian gave his evaluation with a thought. At the same time, he suddenly realized something. If this person could be called a genius in the demon god's domain, wasn't this person very likely to be a holy son? Yi Xian's gaze focused on that person, but he could not be sure. After all, this person did not show anything special. He silently remembered this person, and then left a very secretive spiritual will mark on this person. After that, Yi Xian left the gambling table. If this guy was a holy son, then Yi Xian would like to see if he could get any useful information from him. Of course, everything was still unknown. Whether he was a holy son or not, Yi Xian would only know after testing him. Although this was only the level 1 district, there were all kinds of strange gambling fights, and the bets were all different. In this place, as long as you dared to make a bet, someone would dare to accept it. Yi Xian saw with his own eyes a guy who had gambled until his eyes were red. He actually put his life on the line. In the end, he lost, and then was marked with a slave mark. Chapter 2459. The gambling game. The gambling platform occupied a large area and was surrounded by a ring of pavilions. Blood Hunt. It could be said that this was a very popular gambling platform in the level 1 area. It was called a gambling platform because one could also gamble here. However, more than that, it was not gambling. The blood hunt was extremely brutal. In this circled area, it was deliberately divided into several large areas. Every time it opened, it might be a battle between 2 areas, 3, 4, or even more areas. There were many ways to play it. One could enter the battlefield and kill as one pleased. One could also choose an area and arrange one's troops according to one's wishes to attack other areas. Unfortunately, the moment Yi Xian saw this place, he almost went berserk. Humans. All of them were humans. In that place, no matter which area it was, there were imprisoned humans. It was very likely that those humans had been kept captive by this gambling platform for generations. At the end of a battle, at least tens of thousands of people would lose their lives. However, they would be replaced very quickly. When Yi Xian went over, one of the divine beasts had transformed into his true form and was killing to his heart's content. One after another, humans were torn apart by him. As if he was eating fruit, he grabbed a human in his hand and crushed them to death. The bright red blood was like a delicious drink that he casually swallowed. The unrestrained laughter of the other divine beasts could be heard from the surroundings. Perhaps in the eyes of those humans, these pavilions were so unreachable and so terrifying. This was because every time someone came down from these pavilions, there would be a storm of blood. Yi Xian actually did not want to cause trouble. His main purpose here was to relax and rest for a few days. However, who knew that even though he did not want to cause trouble, trouble would come to him. Step by step, Yi Xian walked directly to the banker's position. Halala! A large pile of spirit stones was poured out, like a small mountain. On the other side, there was a pile of various resources. The banker was overjoyed. He immediately ran over and asked Yi Xian, "Honorable guest, how do you want to play?" That person did not realize the anger in Yi Xian's heart. He thought that Yi Xian was here to have some fun, so he was very enthusiastic. Yi Xian's expression was cold as he asked, "You can play however you want here, right?" "Of course, honorable guest. As long as you want to play, we can provide you with it." "Very good." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he waved his hand and a total of 10 ancient resources were thrown into the pile of spirit stones. "I will use these as wagers. Whoever wants these spirit stones and resources will fight me, regardless of life or death. Defeat me and these resources will all be yours." Yi Xian said this sentence was directed to everyone here. Because in Yi Xian's heart, he had already decided that these people deserved to die. The divine beast in the field also heard this sentence. At this time, he had already returned to his human form. He looked at the pile of spirit stones and resources in surprise. There were probably millions of spirit stones. The most important thing was the 10 ancient resources. It could be said that everyone was jealous of them. "I'll do it, kid. Is this a life or death wager? Grandpa will play with you." The divine beast in the middle of the field shouted arrogantly like a great god. In fact, he had already seen that Yi Xian's strength had reached the superior divine emperor realm. However, he was a rank 5 superior divine emperor realm expert, so he was not afraid. Yi Xian was waiting for this sentence. As long as he dared to accept the challenge, Yi Xian would not let him go. This was the Sanguine Seven Knights. Yi Xian naturally did not dare to cause trouble openly. However, since it was a wager, then it was legal to kill. Yi Xian suddenly jumped into the field and unsheathed his god-slaying sword. He did not give the divine beast a chance to speak and directly attacked. God-slaying slash. One sword, just one sword, and it had already cut the divine beast in half. Even after cutting it in half, Yi Xian was not satisfied. With a wave of his hand, the divine beast's body was cut into thousands of pieces. Yi Xian raised his hand and pointed. He directly asked the divine beasts in the pavilion, "Who's next?" Although Yi Xian had killed a divine beast, it did not frighten the other divine beasts. After all, in the demon god's domain, killing was more common than in the Kunlun domain. At this time, Yi Xian had taken out so many resources. How could the divine beasts be willing to leave? "Let me." Suddenly, a divine beast landed in the field. As soon as it landed, it immediately transformed into its original form. It was a strange big bird. The moment this guy landed on the ground, he flapped his wings and a violent force swept towards Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not moved at all. Below the Divine Emperor realm, even if it was a 9th grade Divine Emperor realm peak, Yi Xian was not completely powerless. One by one, no matter how many came, Yi Xian would kill them all today. Weren't these people greedy for his treasures? Then let's see if they had the strength. This was a gamble. At the beginning, Yi Xian had already said that they were gambling with their lives. Therefore, those who coveted Yi Xian's treasures would have to be prepared to lose their lives. Moreover, this was a Grade 1 area. If there were a few divine emperors, they would be considered strong. Naturally, there would not be any enemies of a higher realm. 1, 2, 3. Yi Xian's pile of spiritual stones and resources made the divine beasts jump into the field as if they did not care about their lives. In their hearts, Yi Xian's resources were worth their lives. And Yi Xian's experience in battle made them feel that an opportunity was right in front of them. Every time Yi Xian killed a divine beast, he would take its corpse away. This way, only some bloodstains could be seen in the field. This way, the divine beasts would not feel too much pressure. Therefore, these divine beasts continued to send themselves to their deaths. At this moment, the one who was most worried was the banker. At this moment, the banker was sweating profusely. After all, he was the one who agreed to this bet. At first, when he saw that Yi Xian was only a 1st-grade divine emperor, he thought that he would have a chance to take away those resources. He even arranged for 2 of his capable subordinates to challenge him. But when Yi Xian exploded with a powerful battle strength, he regretted it. It could be said that the banker's greatest wish was for Yi Xian to stop killing. Although the bet was voluntary, if too many people died at his gambling table, he could forget about continuing to do business in the future. Moreover, every gambling table had a death limit. If the death limit was exceeded, the white giants would question them. Their questioning methods would not be gentle. It would be good enough if they could keep their lives. At this moment, the banker looked at Yi Xian, who was wantonly killing in the field. Finally, he could not hold it in anymore and knelt in front of Yi Xian. "Senior, please don't kill them. This humble one is willing to compensate you for your losses. As long as you ask, this humble one will do his best to satisfy you." Chapter 2460. Incomparably stifling translator, Sparrow Translations editor, Sparrow Translations. Upon hearing the banker's pleas, Yi Xian was no longer as angry as before. He said to the banker, "You want me to stop the bet? Sure. I'll give you a chance. Hand over all your human slaves to me. Otherwise, I'll kill every single one of them on sight." What an arrogant and domineering tone. If this were any other place or person, they would definitely be treated as a fool if they dared to speak so arrogantly. However, in this place, no one doubted Yi Xian's words. Because Yi Xian had the strength to back it up. Yi Xian had already used the lives of nearly 100 divine beasts to prove his strength. He was a strength that the banker and no one else here dared to defy. The banker's expression changed enormously. In truth, he was keeping human slaves in captivity. Furthermore, there were millions of them. However, those human slaves were his cash cows. Without them, how would he be able to attract customers? Senior, how about I give you some spirit stones? I'm willing to give you 10 million spirit stones as a reward for your hard work. 10 million? Yi Xian glanced at him disdainfully. The banker thought that Yi Xian thought it was too little and immediately raised the price. 20 million, 20 million. Senior, I'll give you 20 million, but would you please stop the bet? I'll say it one more time. Call out all your human slaves. Otherwise, don't interfere with my bet. The banker wanted to wash his hands of this matter, but he didn't dare to do so. After all, the white giants were simple-minded and wouldn't care so much. In their eyes, since they saw Yi Xian fighting in the banker's territory, they would only cause trouble for the banker. The white giants were simple-minded to begin with. Combined with the strict style of the great ant tribe, rules were rules in the Bloody Seven Nights. They were unbreakable. The banker wanted to slap himself hard across the face. Why did he have to be so greedy? If not, he wouldn't have provoked a murderous god like Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it was useless to say anything now. He could only choose to accept or not. The consequences of not accepting would be to face questioning from the white giants. Compared to that, losing a few human slaves was acceptable. All right, I accept your conditions. I'll give you all my human slaves. The banker gritted his teeth. The Zhuang family gnashed their teeth as they spoke. In their hearts, they already hated Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't care. He immediately opened the devouring space and sucked all the 1 million humans into it. Now that there were 12 divine trees of laws in the devouring space, the devouring space was constantly expanding. Therefore, there was no pressure from the devouring space at all. Yi Xian after Yi Xian, he left. Yi Xian was very clear that if he did this, the Zhuang family would definitely hate him, and the Zhuang family would definitely find someone to take care of him. However, Yi Xian had no choice but to do so. These were the lives of 1 million humans. How could Yi Xian just sit by and do nothing? Of course, even if these people wanted to take revenge on Yi Xian, they would have to wait until Yi Xian left the Bloody Seven Nights. Unless they were prepared to declare war against the White Giants and the Great Ant Tribe, they wouldn't dare make a move in the Bloody Seven Nights. Yi Xian had originally thought that since he had saved 1 million people, there wouldn't be many humans in the Bloody Seven Nights who would suffer. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had miscalculated. Not long after he left, he encountered a similar gambling platform. This one was even more bloody and cruel. The 9 nether earth fire was a divine flame that would never be extinguished. Furthermore, the temperature of this divine flame was extremely low. Wherever it shone, it would immediately turn that place into a land of ice. And this gambling platform had somehow obtained a 1-star 9 nether earth fire. This guy used the 9 nether earth fire as a guide, and then wrapped it with ordinary mysterious fire, hanging it high above a pavilion. Every once in a while, 100 people of the human clan would be pushed into it. The surrounding people could then bet on how long those people could survive, and who would be the last one to freeze to death. Because the mystic fire could raise the temperature of the 9 nether earth fire, the surrounding people could clearly see how the 100 humans froze to death. There were many heating items in the venue, but there were also many traps set up. If one wanted to survive, they had to work together as a team to obtain the heating items. However, the heating items were limited, so some people were destined to die. The lucky survivors would face all kinds of tests. In order to survive, those who were pushed in would kill each other and step on the corpses of their comrades just to live a little longer. It was such a cruel scene, but these people were watching it with relish. Yi Xian was enraged. Because of the uniqueness of this place, Yi Xian couldn't directly kill everyone, but Yi Xian could make use of the rules here. Ancient resources were extremely rare and special in the realm of the gods. Even one was enough to cause a bloodbath. Yi Xian cleverly made use of the greed of these divine beasts. He still set up an arena, a life gambling arena, and killed these divine beasts one by one. Yi Xian didn't mind that these divine beasts were of a lower realm. They couldn't even surprise him. As long as they were divine beasts, as long as they dared to enter the arena, Yi Xian would kill them. One house after another, as long as they dared to use humans as entertainment, Yi Xian would visit them one by one and slaughter them endlessly. In a short 3 months, the number of divine beasts that died under Yi Xian's hands was probably no less than 10,000. And the number of humans that Yi Xian rescued had already reached 10 million. The madman's fame began to spread in the Bloody Seven Nights first-level region. Many people knew of a person who specialized in life gambling. That person wielded a giant sword in his hand and would occasionally use a divine bow. In every battle, he would leave no survivors. That person actively sought challenges. Every time he challenged, he would use ancient resources as a wager. If he won, he would obtain the 10 ancient resources. If he lost, he would leave his life behind. Actually, ever since he left the ancestral grounds of the Monkey Clan, Yi Xian already knew that there was a reason why the human race was in such a predicament in the realm of the gods. Perhaps the only way to completely solve this problem was to find the root cause. Now that Yi Xian was killing everywhere, it was an extremely unwise choice. Even with the system helping him hide his identity, it was inevitable that he would be discovered one day. When that time came, it would be difficult for him to move an inch. It wasn't that Yi Xian didn't understand this logic, but to let his own race suffer and ignore it, Yi Xian couldn't do it. Even if he clearly knew that doing so would only provoke an even stronger enemy, Yi Xian had to do this. After all, if he didn't do this, Yi Xian's conscience wouldn't be able to live with it. Once a shadow was left in his heart, what awaited Yi Xian would be the eruption of his inner demons. Chapter 2461. Chapter 2461. Chapter 2461-out. Of course, Yi Xian wasn't wrong. However, his actions had ultimately offended the interests of some people. Coupled with the arrest warrant, it could be said that Yi Xian never expected that all the dangers would erupt at the same time. In the beginning, it was the villains who found Yi Xian after seeing the appearance of the Godslayer in the restaurant. They wanted to kill Yi Xian and take the Godslayer for themselves. But before they could do anything, they were dealt with by another group of people. However, these people were not here to help Yi Xian. They were here to retrieve what they had lost from Yi Xian. These people were none other than the dealers who had been challenged and ruined by Yi Xian. Don't underestimate these dealers. Since they opened a casino here, they naturally had their own power. It was just that they didn't know about Yi Xian's background, so they didn't make a move. Until a wanted order was sent to the Bloody Seven Nights. This was a bounty issued by the joint efforts of several super-powerful experts. Naturally, these powerhouses represented several powerful forces. The content of the warrant was very simple. It only had a portrait of Yi Xian and a description of the mission. This time, the major forces had put in a lot of money. The rewards they offered were hard for ordinary people to refuse. Just the spiritual stones alone were worth a total of 1 billion. 1 billion spirit stones. This was a crazy number, not to mention that in addition to the 1 billion spirit stones, there were also countless precious treasures. Just the right to rent land for the blessing was a total of 10 times. A bounty that made countless people go crazy. A bounty that no one could refuse. Fortunately, this time, the few powerhouses had publicly announced the arrest warrant, so Yi Xian had received the news immediately. Standing silently on top of a building, the two Godslayer swords circled around Yi Xian. Yi Xian held the law bow in his hands. The Divine Wood Sword Servants and Divine Blossom Sword Servants also silently stood guard beside Yi Xian. In front of them were countless divine beasts. These divine beasts had rushed to Yi Xian immediately after receiving the arrest warrant and surrounded Yi Xian. They might not be strong, and there were only a few of them who had reached the High Divine Emperor realm. However, Yi Xian was very clear that these people only needed to trap him for half a cup of tea's time. Then Yi Xian could forget about leaving this place alive. Kill! Yi Xian suddenly exploded with a loud roar and charged towards the thousands of enemies. A bloody storm in the blink of an eye, the entire sky. At this time Yi Xian. As long as he was trapped here, Yi Xian would definitely fall. Therefore, how could Yi Xian dare to hide his strength? Activating Dharma, Thousand-Hand Child. Another new Dharma idol had been activated. Dharma 2A Dharma was extremely hard. It could be said that Dharma idol was Yi Xian's final trump card. But at this point, Yi Xian could not afford to hesitate. It was said that the Thousand Hands Child Prodigy's original form was a boy who cultivated a special divine ability. After 1,000,000 years of continuous training, he obtained a special divine ability, the Thousand Hands Divine Ability. The Thousand Hands Divine Ability was to use a special method to link the 1,000 arms with the main body, giving the main body the ability to control the 1,000 arms. This was not a simple method of gathering and taking form, but a true hand of divine power and spiritual will. It was said that in the entire divine world, it was hard to find anyone who could fuse their divine will and God force together to surpass the Thousand Hands Prodigy. The God-slaying sword had already rushed out. Under Wei Zhentian's control, they were the vanguard. Yi Xian advanced courageously, and any enemy who dared to obstruct Yi Xian would be beheaded by him one by one. A bloody path was formed in an instant because Yi Xian had rushed through it. This time, Yi Xian did not even bother to devour the low-level divine beasts' corpses. He allowed them to form a bloody path. Along the way, Yi Xian did not encounter any obstructions until Yi Xian reached the entrance of the secret territory. At this moment, 7 experts were already blocking the exit. This was the strongest force that the bloody 7 knights could muster in the shortest amount of time possible. Yi Xian also saw the wanted poster at the first moment and didn't hesitate to attack, causing the bloody 7 knights to have no time to react. The only thing they could do was to gather all the divine emperors in the level 1 area. 7 people with different appearances. Clearly, they were from 7 different races. Among them, there was a person who was more than 3 meters tall who was the most respected. He was the supervisor of the level 1 area. You cannot pass. The fierce white giant tribe. From the tone of his voice, it was clear that this person was from the fierce white giant tribe. Kid, listen to us obediently and come with us. Perhaps after you hand over the treasure, we can consider sparing your life. After all, the higher-ups want the treasure, not your life. The thousand-eyed wolf frog tribe. As expected of the most obedient dog of the fierce white giant tribe. As soon as the supervisor finished speaking, this guy immediately took over the conversation. Yi Xian glanced at the thousand-eyed wolf frog, but did not look at him for a moment. This guy was not worthy of Yi Xian's attention. A mere 3rd-grade divine emperor ant. Yi Xian really did not know where he got the guts to challenge Yi Xian. Yi Xian's attention was on a young man in white. This white-clothed youth held a folding fan in his hand. He seemed to be very elegant and handsome. However, if one knew what his true form was, they would not think so. Of course, Yi Xian did not care about that. What he cared about was the young man's cultivation base. According to the system's detection, this guy was at the peak of the 9th-grade divine emperor realm. In other words, he was strong enough to pose a threat to Yi Xian. If Yi Xian really fought with this person, he would only have a 50-50 chance of winning. Of course, Yi Xian had many auxiliary methods. He even had the help of the divine wood sword servants. However, this guy also had 6 divine emperors by his side. Therefore, this battle was not going to be an easy one. However, it was not going to be an easy battle. Did Yi Xian have any other choice? Wei Zhentian, kill him. Following Yi Xian's roar, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword to slash at 2 average enemies. Yi Xian's plan was very simple. He just had to kill these weaker enemies first. Divine wood sword servants, block him. With another command, the divine wood sword servants moved instantly and charged directly at the 7 people. The divine wood sword servants had strong defensive abilities, so naturally, they would be blocked by Yi Xian. After receiving the order, the divine wood sword servants did not hesitate and charged forward. However, Yi Xian's call was not yet over. Divine flower sword servants. Come out, God-tier mounts. Chapter 2462. Absolute dominance. As soon as the God Blossom sword attendants appeared, they summoned the 100 Blossom Flower God. Together with their God-tier mounts, They charged in all directions. This was because around Yixian, there were countless enemies who were not strong enough but wanted to take advantage of the situation. These guys did not seem to have much of an impact on the surface, but Yixian knew very well that sometimes it was these small fries that could change the outcome of a battle. Even if the possibility was very small, as long as they existed, Yixian had to eliminate them. Before the God-tier mounts and God Blossom sword attendants evolved, they might not be able to keep up with Yixian's strength, but they were more than enough to support him. After doing all this, Yixian pulled out his Rule Divine Bow and shot out 7 consecutive arrows. Each arrow contained the power of the engulfing rule. Furthermore, Yixian also used the Divine Telekinesis sword that he had just obtained. Similarly, he shot out 7 arrows. It could be said that this was the most powerful attack that Yixian could unleash, and all of this happened in just a moment. Especially the last 2 fatal attacks. The enemy did not even have time to react before the attacks arrived. Except for the Divine Emperor at the peak of the 9th grade Divine Emperor realm, the others were immediately flustered by Yixian's explosive attacks. 4 of them were directly killed by Yixian on the spot. His terrifying strength made everyone in the 7 Knights of Blood cry out in alarm. Perhaps just a moment ago, some of them were ready to attack Yixian. But at this moment, almost no one dared to have such thoughts. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. This guy could unleash such a violent attack in such a short time. This was beyond the imagination of these divine beasts. Countless divine beasts retreated. Yixian stood there, among the crowd. He did not speak, did not move, and did not attack. But with just one attack, Yixian's strength was enough to make all the divine beasts collapse. Too strong. This person was really too strong. He was definitely not someone they could resist. At this moment, the remaining 3 divine emperors looked at Yixian in shock. Just a moment ago, they were confident that it would be a piece of cake to take down Yixian. After all, Yixian was only a superior divine emperor. But a moment later, they didn't have the same idea anymore. Could a cultivator of the first divine emperor layer really show that kind of strength? No one answered. However, no matter who it was, even the guy at the peak of the superior level 9 divine emperor realm, he did not dare to say anything. Or not. Yixian looked at the remaining 3 divine emperor realm experts in front of him and said indifferently. His tone was incomparably cold. Now Yixian gave them a chance to choose. 2 options, no third option. Brat, don't be so arrogant. This is the bloody 7 Knights. Don't think you can leave here alive, Shua. The god-slaying sword, which was suspended in midair, did not stop for even a moment. It charged over, and before the person who spoke could react, it had already shattered his godhead. Even after the 2 god-slaying swords destroyed that person's godhead, they did not stop. They even cut the divine beast's body into thousands of pieces at an incomparably fast speed. Silence. Silence. There was not a single sound coming from the entrance. Wasn't this too domineering? One had to know that the person Yixian had just killed was the only high-level divine emperor. At first, the divine beasts were still hoping that the powerhouse would be able to kill Yixian. However, he had already been sliced into pieces by Yixian. Of course, these people did not notice that most of the mystical beast's body had already been devoured by Yixian. At this moment, it was just for show. In fact, Yixian's attack was premeditated. Now that he was surrounded, he could only use his absolute power to intimidate his enemies. It would not be difficult for Yixian to kill these divine beasts. However, if he did that, it would cause unnecessary waste of time. Yixian did not have that much time to waste. Therefore, in fact, this was already Yixian's strongest attack. From the moment he saw these 7 people, Yixian had been preparing his strongest attack. Yixian closed his eyes slightly and said indifferently. His voice was full of indifference, but at the same time, it contained an infinite amount of pressure. The first time he attacked, he killed 4 divine emperors and blocked the attack of thousands of soldiers and horses at the same time. The second time he attacked, he killed a peak level 9 divine emperor super expert in an instant. That expert did not even have time to cry out in alarm. Therefore, many people were puzzled. If Yi Xian were to use the third move, what would the result be? The moment Yi Xian's gaze fell on them, the two divine beast experts that were blocking the entrance of the secret realm retreated to both sides without the slightest hesitation. They didn't dare to stop him because they didn't have the strength to do so. If they went up now, they would undoubtedly be waiting for death. At this moment, the people around them did not need to be mentioned. Almost everyone hurriedly retreated to the back, as if they would be killed by Yi Xian if they got too close to Yi Xian. Wherever Yi Xian's eyes passed, there was only infinite fear. These divine beasts knew very well that even if the reward on the bounty was very generous, it was not something they could easily touch. Therefore, at this moment, since they had already seen Yi Xian's strength, why should they send themselves to their deaths? Since the path had been opened, Yi Xian naturally did not hesitate and immediately walked out. After walking out of the secret realm, Yi Xian casually threw out the eternal night realm. In an instant, at the entrance of the secret realm, anyone who entered would find it difficult to see anything. Even if they used their divine thoughts, they would not be able to see through it. Yi Xian quickly ran forward. After all, since the Bloody Seven Knights had received the news, there was no need to mention the outside. There were probably many dangers waiting for Yi Xian outside. This was not a place to stay for long. To escape, he had to leave this place as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the experts of the Bloody Seven Knights caught up, he would not be able to escape. Now, Yi Xian did not have any goals at all. In his mind, there was only how to escape from the encirclement and how to survive in the demon god's domain. With a bounty on his head, Yi Xian would not be able to move an inch from now on. It could be said that almost the entire demon god's domain was Yi Xian's enemy. Live to find a way to enter the Kunlun god's domain, and at the same time, try to find Luolua's whereabouts. Chapter 2463. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Holy Sun. Yi Xian moved forward quickly. He walked for thousands of miles. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing in front of a tall mountain. This mountain was rather strange, as if it was a divine beast that was sealed by some sort of power. Its appearance was incomparably strange. However, Yi Xian felt that it was impossible, because on this mountain, the divine trees were gorgeous and the beasts were endless. If this mountain was a living divine beast, then it should not be able to grow divine trees, let alone attract small beasts. However, just as Yi Xian was admiring the mountain, a voice suddenly sounded. It was like a clap of thunder. At the same time the voice sounded, a big bald head had already rushed over. So it's the kid on the wanted list. I said that I would encounter something good today. Sure enough. Kikamir, I heard that your head is very valuable. Give me your head in exchange for some wine money. What a domineering tone. The most important thing was that when this guy said these words, he looked as if it was natural that Yi Xian's head could be exchanged for divine wine. It was Yi Xian's honor. Drunk maniac, slow down. Suddenly, two figures chased after him, but from their tone, it was obvious that their status was much lower than drunk maniacs. However, the difference in strength was not big. System, detect this person's strength, and at the same time, check their race. Ding. System notification, this detection will consume 100,000 people's faith points. Does the host confirm? Confirm. Ding. System notification. Target is a superior rank 4 divine emperor, with the title of King rank front crown. Race, Heavenly Dragon Drunk Shrimp Tribe. Host, please note that the designated target is the Heavenly Dragon Drunk Shrimp Tribe's Holy Sun. A Holy Sun? Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, but his heart was filled with joy. This was like wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. At first, Yi Xian planned to kill these holy suns everywhere to find out Luolua's whereabouts. However, before he had time to take action, he had already reached this situation. He did not expect to meet a holy sun just as he arrived here. Hey brat, what are you looking at? Lord Saint is talking to you, why aren't you answering? Beside the holy sun, a skinny follower opened his eyes wide. His eyes were filled with disdain for Yi Xian. However, this guy's eyes kept trying to pry into the interspatial ring on Yi Xian's finger. Yi Xian was nothing. In the hearts of these three people, Yi Xian was just an insignificant beauty. However, in the Qianquan ring in Yi Xian's hand, there was a treasure that even their Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp clan's patriarch wanted to obtain. Therefore, this guy's gaze naturally stopped on Yi Xian's interspatial ring. As for the other lackey, after seeing Yi Xian, he was stunned for a moment before he took out his own treasure. Obviously, he also knew who Yi Xian was and was ready to attack. Yi Xian glanced at the three people. These three people were strong, and most importantly, there was a holy sun among them. He must have mastered many special abilities or treasures. However, even so, Yi Xian did not care at all. With a wave of his hand, the two god-slaying swords flew out. Since he knew that negotiation was not the way to solve the problem, why would Yi Xian waste time to negotiate? It was better to just kill him directly. Boom, boom. The two god-slaying swords attacked two different places. The sudden attack, coupled with the power of the god-slaying swords, directly sent the two followers flying. However, it was impossible to kill them so easily. The two people were only pushed back a few steps and were already fighting with the god-slaying swords. Brat, you dare to attack me? Looks like you are tired of living. The Holy Sun did not expect Yi Xian to attack first. At this moment he was furious. However, he did not expect that he would give Yi Xian a way out. The moment he appeared, he immediately asked Yi Xian to hand over his head. Wasn't this equivalent to asking Yi Xian to commit suicide? This Holy Sun had probably been spoiled for too long. It was so long that he had forgotten what it meant to be afraid. It was so long that he could not distinguish between good and bad. Yi Xian would not care about such people. There was no need to try to reason with them. These people were so spoiled by their race that they could not distinguish between good and bad. Their thoughts were different from others. Therefore, the best way to talk to them was to use strength to speak. Yi Xian held the Rule Divine Bow in his hand, but Yi Xian launched a Divine Will attack first. A Divine Will sword suddenly appeared and charged directly towards the Holy Sun's Sea of Consciousness. The sudden Divine Will attack made the Holy Sun panic. However, as Yi Xian had expected, this guy was a divine beast and had many different kinds of magic treasures. A Divine Wood pendant suddenly burst into a bright light and blocked the Divine Will attack for the Holy Sun. With a bow sound, the Divine Wood pendant shattered. The Holy Sun looked at the Divine Wood pendant in front of his chest in surprise. After a moment, his face was filled with anger. Brat, how dare you destroy my pendant? I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Go to hell. Boom! An extremely violent force was unleashed in an instant. That violent force broke through several mountains and left a huge ravine behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian also clearly saw this guy's attack method. He had actually achieved a perfect fusion of the Dharma power and his own body. One had to know that at the moment this guy launched his attack, Yi Xian clearly saw a huge lobster Dharma power. This Holy Sun was the Holy Sun of the Celestial Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe. As for him, his Dharma power was in the shape of a lobster, so it was not worth mentioning. Yi Xian was not surprised by this. Yi Xian found it strange that when he attacked, the Dharma power actually followed his movements and attacked at the same time. A high degree of fusion between the Dharma power and the body. Without a doubt, this was a good thing. The power of the Dharma power was very strong, especially the power of some special Dharma powers. Ordinary people would at most borrow the power of the Dharma power and use the special mystique of the Dharma power as a means of attack. For example, Yi Xian had used the Thousand Venerables bloodline Dharma power several times. In fact, he was borrowing the mystique of the Dharma power. However, the use of the Dharma power was not limited to just borrowing power. The Dharma power could also be fused with the body. Once it was successful, not to mention a 100% fusion rate, even if there was a 70% fusion rate, the combat power that could be unleashed would be extremely terrifying. It could be said that even the title of a Venerables was nothing in the face of fusion. However, fusing with the Dharma power was of course not a simple matter. Finding a suitable Dharma power was already very difficult. One also had to have a suitable compatibility rate with the Dharma power before they could fuse. All of this had already been decided. Fusing with the Dharma power was not something that ordinary people could do. Only the core disciples of the major factions could do it. Chapter 2464. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios a new use for the Gravity God arrow. However, Yi Xian had not expected to meet such a Dharma fusion user. Yi Xian smirked. He had already made up his mind. The Sky Dragon Drunk Prawn's Dharma power was not that strong. Besides, even if he gave it to Yi Xian would just store it as one of the Dharma powers collected from the bloodline of Wanzun. However, if he subdued this saint as well, the effect of this was very great. Yi Xian was confident that he could fuse this guy's Dharma power to its fullest potential. When the time came, he would have an extra fighter. Puppet technique. This was Yi Xian's plan. Of course, although it was a good idea, it was very difficult to realize. However, Yi Xian had a backup plan. At most, he would beat this guy half to death and then throw him into the devouring space to slowly train him. Yi Xian lowered his head as he pondered over his own matters. The Holy Sun didn't know what Yi Xian was scheming at all. At this moment, he, who was furious from embarrassment, had already pounced towards Yi Xian. "Kid, how dare you destroy my pendant? I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." He punched out, and a huge lobster claw appeared in the sky. It looked like it was carved from jade. It looked so exquisite, but it was also so violent. Yi Xian immediately activated his infinite teleportation and dodged in an instant. In an instant, a huge crater 100 meters wide appeared where Yi Xian had been standing. After missing a single move, the Holy Sun's voice moved as he quickly charged towards Yi Xian. His hands continuously waved, turning this entire area into a terrifying purgatory. However, such a seemingly crazy attack couldn't injure Yi Xian in the slightest. Yi Xian really wanted to ask this guy if he was really stupid. He only knew how to fight in close quarters. Did he not have any mystiques? What about his nomological law attacks? What about his domain? Was this guy so stupid that he did not know how to use them? However, just because he did not use them did not mean that Yi Xian did not use them. Absolute zero. Yi Xian immediately activated his special mystique, preparing to trap this guy in place. However, a strange scene occurred. Absolute Zero's strength was actually broken by this guy's punch, using his fists to break a divine ability. If it was in the past, Yi Xian wouldn't even dare to think about it. How powerful was the divine ability? How could someone break it with their fists? Unfortunately, someone had done it now. Yi Xian could clearly see that when the power of Absolute Zero pounced on the Holy Sun, the Holy Sun had also punched out. Then, the Holy Sun's fist paused for a moment, and he felt a mysterious power dissipate. Without a doubt, that was the sign of Absolute Zero being defeated. Someone had actually used their fists to break the divine ability. Yi Xian refused to believe this. With a thought, he launched another attack. Eternal Night Domain. This time, Yi Xian had activated the power of his domain. He wanted to see if this guy could break through his domain. Boom! There was a loud noise. Yi Xian opened his mouth slightly, as he was too shocked. This Holy Sun had really done it. He had actually used his fists to break through the domain. This guy is weird. Yi Xian thought to himself. This Holy Sun could use his fists to break a divine ability, and he could also use his fists to break a domain. In the past, Yi Xian could be said to have never heard of such a strange situation. At this moment, Yi Xian's idea of taking down this Holy Sun was even more confirmed. Subdue him, and then investigate his strange abilities. This was not just the effect of the fusion of Dharma powers. Yi Xian did not even need to ask the system to know this. Therefore, this Holy Sun was hiding a huge secret. If Yi Xian obtained it, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Yi Xian suddenly activated his nomological mystique technique. Don't you like to break divine abilities? In that case, Yi Xian wanted to see if this guy would tire. Gravity Law Enhancement. This time, Yi Xian had completely used the divine sword of the law of gravity. The power of this law was practically useless, unless you could cultivate it to the limit and borrow the boundless gravity to have a certain effect. Otherwise, the power of the gravity law was not enough to hurt anyone. However, this was different from the past. At this moment, the power of the gravity law was undoubtedly the most suitable power. Simply put, Yi Xian was making use of the gravity law divine arrow to create the illusion of a fist attack. If it were any other time, the law of gravity divine arrow would be able to smash two unlucky fools to death, to put it bluntly. However, at this moment, because of the huge gravity, it was a good way to fight the Holy Sun. The three arrows were like three huge fists smashing towards the Holy Sun. In the end, just like Yi Xian had imagined, the Holy Sun swung his fists without hesitation and smashed them towards the gravity law divine arrow. Boom! A berserk power erupted in an instant. The Chosen had never imagined that this attack would actually be such a method. With a loud boom, the Holy Sun was pushed back several steps by the violent force. It's effective! Yi Xian smiled slightly. At the same time, he drew the gravity law divine bow in his hand again. This time, 7 arrows were shot consecutively. 7 consecutive gravity law divine arrows smashed towards the Holy Sun. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that the Holy Sun was like a fool. He did not dodge at all and actually used his fists to clash with the gravity law divine arrows. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. This guy probably had many powerful techniques, but unfortunately he did not know how to use them. His clan was probably a very large clan. As for him, as the holy son of the clan, he had probably never really fought with anyone since he was young. Even if he did fight a few times, it was only to bully the weak. Perhaps he had fought with opponents of the same level before. However, with his identity as the Holy Sun, who would dare to disobey him? The method of battle would probably be carried out safely according to his wishes. Yi Xian curled his lips in disdain. This kind of guy was no threat to Yi Xian at all. Yi Xian attacked left and right. While attacking the Holy Sun, he could still find time to attack the 2 followers. The followers were not weak, and there were no flaws in their use of mystiques. It was a pity that they had encountered Yi Xian. 2 god-slaying swords were not enough? Yi Xian could still send out the divine wood sword servants. In just a short while, Yi Xian had already disposed of the 2 followers. Then, he began to ravage the Holy Sun with great interest. For such a person, as long as he was beaten into fear and submission, he would not dare to resist. This was because Yi Xian had encountered such a person before. Gravity divine arrows? Just by using the most ordinary gravity divine arrows, Yi Xian had suppressed the holy son of the celestial dragon-drunk shrimp tribe into submission. This guy was so silly that he was adorable. Chapter 2465. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios taking in a holy son as a little brother after being sent flying by the gravity god Arrow time and time again, the holy son finally couldn't take it anymore. One had to know that Yi Xian's control over his strength was extremely good. Even if he wanted to make this guy feel pain, he wouldn't really take this guy's life. The continuous attacks left the holy son bruised and battered. His body was covered in wounds. However, these were just superficial wounds. Yi Xian did not even use too much force to inflict internal injuries. Yi Xian did not stop attacking when he heard the Holy Sun beg for mercy. Instead, he released another gravity god arrow and said calmly, "You want me to let you go? Why should I? My father is one of the 8 divine generals under the Divine Master, Sky Dragon Divine General. As long as you let me go, I will give you whatever you want." Sky Dragon Divine General. One of the 8 divine generals. Yi Xian was stunned. He had not expected that the holy son he had stumbled upon would be the son of one of the 8 divine generals. No wonder this guy was so arrogant and had so many precious treasures. The identity of the 8 great divine generals was already at the top of the pyramid in the demon god's divine domain. Other than the divine lord of the demon god's divine domain, these 8 great divine generals were probably the noblest. They were even larger than the remaining territory that Yi Xian had managed in Kunlun. In that case, it was not too strange for him to have some special resources. Alright, I can spare your life. Hand over your quintessence fragment and become my little brother. Then I will let you go. Handing over the divine deity fragment was actually equivalent to becoming a slave. However, Yi Xian knew that if he were to say that, then this fellow would rather die than obey. But in other words, it would be easier for this guy to accept becoming a little brother. After all, Someone like him probably had a lot of underlings in the past. As expected, the Holy Sun frowned slightly when he heard Yi Xian's words. However, he did not reject immediately. No, my father is Sky Dragon Divine General. I will not become someone's little brother. Is that so? Then there is no room for negotiation? Yi Xian smirked as he activated his Law Divine technique once more. 7 Law of Gravity Divine arrows shot out without hesitation. Yi Xian didn't have a complete grasp of this kind of person's thoughts, but he had a general idea. You want to save face? Unfortunately, Yi Xian had an expression as if he wanted his life. Boom, boom, boom. Divine arrows of the Law of Gravity kept knocking this guy away. Stop, stop, I promise you. He finally gave in and handed over his quintessence fragment without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian collected the quintessence fragment. From this moment on, the fate of the chosen saint was completely in the hands of Yi Xian. Of course, if he wanted to truly display his battle prowess, he would need to be properly trained. However, with the protection of the son of Sky Dragon Divine General, Yi Xian would be much safer in the demon god domain. Furthermore, he might even be able to obtain more benefits. In order to prevent the battle here from attracting new enemies, Yi Xian quickly left with the chosen saint. Tell me, what's your name? My name is Tianhu. You boss, what's your name? The Sky Dragon Holy Sun seemed to have not fully adapted to his new identity. Fortunately, Yi Xian was in a good mood and did not hold it against him. My name is Yi Xian. After giving a casual reply, Yi Xian turned to Tianhu and said, Let's go, bring me to a place to rest. I need a good rest. Tianhu nodded and led the way. There was a reason why Yi Xian did not train this guy yet. At this time, Yi Xian was still in the demon god domain. Tianhu could undoubtedly provide protection for Yi Xian. Of course, this was on the premise that he did not arouse suspicion. Hence, only by keeping this guy in his original appearance would the people in the demon god domain be convinced. Yi Xian casually exchanged for a mask from the system store. Once this mask was worn, it could conceal Yi Xian's appearance and cultivation. Of course, anyone with a higher cultivation than Yi Xian would be able to see through it. However, Yi Xian was not worried at all. Now that he was walking with Tianhu, there would be very few people in the demon god domain who would dare to use their divine sense to probe him. After all, using divine sense to probe others could easily cause misunderstandings. When the time came and you were killed, you deserved it. Since Yi Xian was able to receive such respect from Tianhu, it would naturally cause others to misunderstand that Yi Xian had a special identity or even a super strong expert. As long as he had this worry, Yi Xian believed that no one would dare to rashly investigate his identity. Under Tianhu's lead, the two of them quickly arrived at a city. It turned out that Tianhu had come here to buy wine from the start. In this city lived a branch of the monkey tribe. The divine wine that they brewed was extremely delicious, and Tianhu had always liked it very much. Scram, don't block my way. Tianhu walked in front arrogantly. It could be said that wherever he went, there would be chaos. This guy was completely unreasonable. Even if there was no one standing in his way, he would still run over to cause trouble, let alone someone standing in his way. However, this was not the first time that the people in the city had met Tianhu. Hence, no one came out to stop him. Instead, they respectfully welcomed him into the city. Welcome, first young master. An old man quickly came to Tianhu's side. First, he glanced at Yi Xian, but as expected, he did not dare to probe Yi Xian with his divine sense. Instead, he stood respectfully beside Tianhu. The wine is here, my wine is here. I sent someone to say that I would be here to get the wine today. Rest assured, first young master. Your wine is ready. Good job. I will reward you handsomely when we return. When Tianhu heard that the wine was ready, he excitedly prepared to run out. However, after taking 2 steps, he thought of Yi Xian. Along the way, although Yi Xian had not taught Tianhu much, he had still punished him a few times. The intense pain that came from the depths of his soul and divine spark was still fresh in Tianhu's mind. When he suddenly thought of Yi Xian, he realized that he had been too complacent. If Yi Xian was unhappy, he would have to suffer again. Therefore, at this moment, Tianhu obediently ran to Yixian and said, "Big brother, after you." Following this sentence, it could be said that countless people, both in the open and in the dark, were completely shocked. What kind of status did Yixian have to make Tianlong's saint child call him big brother? In an instant, those who were prepared to probe Yixian with their divine sense were secretly relieved. Fortunately, they did not use their divine sense, otherwise, they would not even know how they died. As for the others, they silently remembered Yixian's appearance and made a decision to never offend Yixian. After all, Tianlong's saint child was already someone they could not go against, let alone Yixian's big brother. Even if they were lent 100 times more courage, they would not dare to act presumptuously in front of Yixian. Yixian did not hold back. At this time, he wanted to use Tianlong's saint child to create momentum for himself. Although this would put Yixian in the spotlight, it was enough to ensure his safety. Normal people would not dare to provoke him. Chapter 2466. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Slap Him Jade Universe Wine. It was one of the more famous divine wines in the demon god's domain. The quality of the Jade Universe wine was divided into 5 grades. What ordinary people could buy was only the lower grade Jade Universe wine. But even so, it was still incomparably expensive and very difficult to obtain. Even with Tianhu's status, he could only make a reservation in advance to get a bottle of Jade Universe wine. Of course, the lower grade was also the divine wine that ordinary people could not obtain. Tianhu led Yixian forward. Not long after, they arrived at a pavilion. The design of the pavilion was unique. It was a wine gourd. This was a branch of the Jade Universe wine. The Jade Universe wine was not an ordinary divine wine. Not every city would have a branch store for it. Take this branch for example, it was the only one in the entire region. Otherwise, Tianhu would not have come here personally. Although Tianhu was arrogant and despotic, he did not dare to lose his temper here. Even if this city was the property of Tianlong Divine General, and Tianhu was the young master of this city. However, once they entered the pavilion, Tianhu behaved himself. The person who led the way for Tianhu did not dare to enter the pavilion. It was obvious that the pavilion was independent of the city. "Hey, isn't this our holy son, Tianhu?" "Ha, I didn't expect to see you here." Yixian and Tianhu heard a voice the moment they entered the pavilion. Yixian looked up and saw a young man looking at Tianhu with a mocking expression. Tianhu frowned. Not only did he know this person, but he was also unfriendly. Tianhu did not want to bother with that person, so he walked in alone. However, that did not mean that he would not cause trouble for Tianhu. At this moment, that person stepped in front of Tianhu and Yixian and said calmly, "Holy son, why are you not giving me face? Are you afraid of me?" Holy son, you actually came here alone today. You're getting bolder." A group of people walked out of the pavilion. Clearly, these people were not friendly to Tianhu. Yixian did not understand. Tianhu was the son of Tianlong Divine General. As a holy son, he had always been arrogant and despotic. Why was he afraid of these people? What do you want?" Tianhu wasn't exactly afraid. After all, with his status, these people wouldn't dare to hurt him. However, they could still humiliate him. The reason was simple. These people were all holy sons of different races. The holy son in the demon god domain was very good. Holy sons were all registered with the divine master. Holy sons were Holy sons domain. Where all holy sons were registered with the domain's divine general divine lord. Holy sons were god lord of the demon god domain. Divine general lord. Of course, Yixian, of course, studio of course. If not for his status as Tianlong Divine General's son, Tianhu's life would be much worse than it was now. The reason was not hard to guess. Tianhu had always been arrogant. He would not respect anyone. Even if the other party was a holy son, Tianhu would not let them go. After offending so many people, Tianhu was isolated. Following that, the situation was reversed. Tianhu could only hide from these holy sons. One had to know that no servants were allowed to interfere in the battle between the saints. Once they did, no matter what the reason was, they would definitely be killed without mercy. Therefore, the battle between holy sons depended on their own strength. Tian-Hu was only in the illusionary state. He did not have any real strength. Once he fought, the result was obvious. After experiencing it twice, Tian-Hu learned his lesson. This time, when Tian-Hu came to get the wine, he did not expect these people to appear here. After all, they were not wine lovers. However, they had come. Perhaps, these people were here to cause trouble for Tian-Hu. "Ha, holy son, why are you not speaking? I'm waiting for your orders." One of them stepped forward and spoke to Tian-Hu with a look of concern on his face. Then, another person stepped forward. "That's right. Why is our holy son so obedient today? Don't tell me he's drunk again." Drunk as mud, drunk as mud. Ha, their heavenly dragon drunk prawn clan is addicted to wine and can get drunk as mud at any time. Looks like we really came at the wrong time today. Our Lord Holy Son is drunk again. Drunk? There were a few times when Tian-Hu pretended to be drunk to avoid these people. The heavenly tiger seemed to be awe-inspiring, but in reality, the heavenly tiger also had his moments of suffering. At this moment, Tian-Hu looked at these people silently. He did not dare to say a single word. This was because he knew that if he answered, what awaited him would be the revenge of these people. Yi Xian looked on silently. He could not help but shake his head. Yi Xian did not need a cowardly follower. Therefore, Yi Xian could not allow this guy to continue acting so wretchedly. "Tian-Hu, who are they?" Yi Xian asked calmly. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, everyone, including Tian-Hu, turned to look at Yi Xian. Even the onlookers were surprised. These were all holy sons. They could not afford to offend any one of them. However, they did not expect that an outsider would dare to interfere. This was simply courting death. "Kid, who are you? We are talking about business. What are you blabbering on about? Get lost. We are in a good mood today. We can't be bothered to argue with you." One of the guys looked at Yi Xian with disdain. Both his eyes and his tone were full of disdain. Yi Xian turned his head and smiled at that guy. However, he said indifferently, "Tian-Hu, slap him." Tian-Hu trembled. Yi Xian ordered him to attack these people. Tian-Hu did not dare to do so. However, Tian-Hu did not dare to disobey Yi Xian's orders. After spending some time together, Tian-Hu understood Yi Xian's temper. If he dared to disobey, he would definitely be punished. Therefore, Tian-Hu turned around hesitantly. He looked at Yi Xian and asked cautiously, "B-boss, did you really want me to slap him?" Perhaps it was because of fear, but Tian-Hu's voice was trembling. "Do you want me to say it a second time?" Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. Tian-Hu was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. One had to know that the pain that came from the depths of one's soul was not something that an ordinary person could endure. Slap. It was a resounding slap. Not to mention the onlookers, even the group of holy sons were dumbfounded. Tian-Hu actually dared to hit them. Moreover, it was all because of one sentence from this person. Chapter 2467. Casually giving away ancient resources, the saints were inexplicably shocked. They had dared to provoke Tian-Hu for two reasons. Firstly, it was because of the rules of the saints, and secondly, it was because Tian-Hu was weak in front of them. Now, because of this mysterious man's words, Tian-Hu was so scared that he didn't fear them at all. Then, who was this mysterious person? "You, who are you? Do you know who we are?" Another saint pointed at Yi Xian and asked loudly. However, anyone could tell that he lacked confidence in his tone. Yi Xian turned his head and looked at that person, but just waved his hand casually. This time, Yi Xian didn't say anything, but Tian-Hu understood Yi Xian's meaning. Slap. It was another resounding slap to the face. These two slaps made Tian-Hu feel a little excited. It wasn't the first time these guys had tried to find trouble with him. Every time, Tian-Hu would be the one to suffer losses and run away. But this time, Tian-Hu had actually slapped them twice. These two slaps had made Tian-Hu walk out of the shadow of the past. Subconsciously, Tian-Hu had always felt that Yi Xian was incomparably powerful. Now, with Yi Xian backing him, it seemed that Tian-Hu's confidence had returned after these two slaps. "Tian-Hu, do you want to die?" Seeing that Tian-Hu had slapped them twice in a row, these people didn't dare to do anything. Instead, they looked at Tianhu in shock and fear. After all, Tianhu's identity as the son of divine General Tianlong wasn't just for show. These people dared to bully Tianhu and even cause trouble for him. Deep down, they were probably afraid. They were afraid of Tianhu. They were afraid that one day, Tianhu wouldn't be afraid of them. Then they would only be bullied. Therefore, when this person threatened Tianhu, it was actually a sign of fear. What did you say? Tianhu looked at that person. This time, without Yi Xian's instructions, Tianhu had already walked towards that person. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, this guy still had some guts. At least he wasn't the kind of person who couldn't support a wall. With some training, this heavenly tiger could still become a good follower. Tianhu walked step by step towards that person. That person didn't expect Tianhu to walk towards him. Subconsciously, he took 3 steps back. Perhaps, if he did not take these 3 steps back, Heavenly Tiger would subconsciously feel a trace of fear. However, this guy's 3 steps back had allowed Tianhu to see their true colors. They were just people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Scram to the side. I didn't argue with you guys in the past because I gave you guys face. Today, you guys actually dared to cause trouble for me in front of my big brother. I think you guys are the ones who are tired of living. It's fine if I lose face, but if you lose face for my boss, can you afford to pay with your lives? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This Tianhu was quite tactful. He made it sound as if he was afraid of embarrassing Yi Xian by hitting him. Of course, regardless of what Yi Xian was thinking, the others were extremely shocked. Tianhu actually hurt this mysterious person because he was afraid of embarrassing him? If this was spread, no one in the entire demon god realm would believe it. However, it had already happened. Tianhu's performance was not bad. Yi Xian knew very well that by controlling Tianhu's divine spark fragment, he had full control over Tianhu's life and death. Tianhu definitely wouldn't be able to resist him. In order to gain an obedient follower, it was necessary to use both the carrot and the stick. As a result, Yi Xian casually waved his hand and saw the 3 treasures hover in midair. Alright, tell these guys to scram. Take these 3 ordinary materials and go exchange them for wine. I'm still waiting for wine. Ordinary materials. The group of people stared blankly. Even Tianhu didn't collect them immediately. After all, he had obtained 3 ancient resources. The appearance of any single ancient resource would probably cause a bloodbath. Who would have thought that Tianhu's boss would just casually give Tianhu 3 ancient resources? Who would believe such a thing? Even Tianhu's father, Tianlong Shenjiang, wouldn't be so generous. However, the 3 ancient resources were still hovering in midair. There was no room for doubt. What's wrong? Not enough? Yi Xian saw that Tianhu was in a daze and interrupted him. Tianhu finally reacted and quickly said, "It's enough, it's enough. Boss, this is too much." Some people thought that Tianhu was an idiot. He actually thought that 3 ancient resources were too much. If he thought it was too much, there would be plenty of people here who wanted them. However, Yi Xian smiled and said, "Just take what I'm giving you. I'll definitely give you more benefits in the future." Yi Xian was speaking the truth. After all, Yi Xian was going to groom Tianhu as his follower. Naturally, he had to groom Tianhu. In order to groom Tianhu, a lot of resources had to be spent. Tianhu excitedly glanced at Yi Xian. He didn't hold back and casually stored the 3 ancient resources into his universe ring before swaggering forward. At this moment, the group of saints who had come to find trouble with Tianhu didn't dare to stop him. Most of them were even envious. After all, Tianhu had a boss who could casually give away ancient resources. It was obvious that he would have a good life in the future. Some people even wanted to run to Yi Xian and beg Yi Xian to accept them as his follower. After all, compared to strength, face and whatnot weren't that important. Unfortunately, looking at Yi Xian's cold expression, everyone knew that even if they begged Yi Xian to accept them as his follower, they wouldn't stand a chance. Because Yi Xian didn't care about them at all. If Yi Xian knew what these people were thinking, he would probably be very depressed. After all, Yi Xian wouldn't look down on these saints. Even if all of them became Yi Xian's follower, Yi Xian wouldn't complain about having too many. Of course, Tianhu wouldn't really exchange 3 ancient resources for wine. One had to know that ancient resources were extremely rare and contained boundless divine power and the power of laws. Whether it was forging weapons, refining pills, or other uses, they would be very useful. For example, one of the 3 ancient resources that Yi Xian gave was a material for forging weapons. Although it was only a small piece, if used sparingly, it would definitely be enough to forge 6 to 8 peerless weapons. If Tianhu was really that stupid, he probably wouldn't be qualified to become a saint. After obtaining the Jade Universe wine that he had reserved, Yi Xian and Tianhu walked out of the pavilion. They didn't even look at the group of saints. Only when Yi Xian and Tianhu were far away did they dare to speculate about Yi Xian's identity. Some people said that Yi Xian was a super expert who had accepted Tian Long Xinjiang's request to teach Tianhu. Chapter 2468. Another ancient mystique. Soon after, some people speculated that Yi Xian might be a core member of a super force. However, Tianhu was already the son of Divine General Tian Long, so who could be more noble than Tianhu? In an instant, there were all kinds of speculations. Some people even speculated that he might be the illegitimate son of the demon god domain's divine lord. After all, the demon god domain's divine lord had never had an heir, so it was not impossible for him to have an illegitimate son. Unfortunately, no matter how they speculated, they could only speculate. No one would give them the real answer. Even Tian, who did not know Yi Xian's true identity. "Boss, didn't you just say that you would stay in that city temporarily? Why are you leaving now?" Along the way, Tianhu asked Yi Xian with some doubt. This time, the word boss came from the bottom of his heart. "I don't like the environment there." Yi Xian replied indifferently. Yi Xian could not tell Tianhu that because he had caused a ruckus at the Jade Universe wine. Not only did he attract attention, but he also attracted prying eyes. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he left. Yi Xian would only tell Tianhu that he wanted to find a better environment. An excuse that was not an excuse. Unfortunately, Tianhu would never suspect him. When Yi Xian finally heard the answer, Tianhu immediately began to think. After a while, Tianhu said to Yi Xian, "Boss, I know a place that you might like." "Oh, tell me about it." Since Yi Xian did not have a destination, he might as well listen to Tianhu's arrangements. "Boss, it's like this. Our tribe has a manor outside of Starfall Valley. That place is filled with divine energy, and we can sense some star energy from time to time. Moreover, that is our tribe's internal cultivation ground. Outsiders rarely come in. Why don't we go there?" "Starfall Valley? Star energy?" Yi Xian nodded slightly. Although he did not know where that place was, it was the secret cultivation ground of the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp's tribe, so it must be extraordinary. "All right, let's go there." Yi Xian nodded in agreement. In fact, Yi Xian knew that Tianhu was returning the favor. After all, Yi Xian had given Tianhu 3 ancient resources. Not to mention Tianhu himself, even the entire Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe would owe Yi Xian a favor. Therefore, Tianhu understood that no one would stop him from bringing Yi Xian over. The two of them hurried along the way, but it did not take them too long to reach the Falling Star Valley. The origin of the name Falling Star Valley was because a star had once fallen here. A falling star was not considered rare in the divine realm. The key was that this star contained a trace of star energy. The power of stars was different from the power of laws. It was hard to say which was stronger. However, in the God realm, which was illuminated by 10 suns, it was very difficult to see the light of the stars, let alone cultivate the power of the stars. Therefore, the power of stars was considered rare. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't people in the divine realm who cultivated the power of stars, but the majority of them gave up after cultivating for a short while. Even for the Heaven Dragon Drunk Prawn clan, who possessed such a precious land, there were very few clansmen who actually came to cultivate the power of stars. Moreover, the majority of them came with a curious and fun attitude. Of course, even if it was such a useless secret land, with the tyrannical Sky Dragon Divine General, he would not allow others to enter. Therefore, the Falling Star Valley was naturally deserted. At this time, Yi Xian was brought into the Falling Star Valley by Tianhu. Although he saw many pavilions and halls, other than a few servants, He did not see any cultivators. Boss, this is the place. You can choose whichever hall you want to stay in. Anyway, at this time, only the two of us will be here. At this time? What do you mean? Oh, boss, you don't know. In 2 months' time, it will be the clan's 10 years competition. No one will come here to waste time. I have already informed the servants here. Anyway, you can just treat this place as your own home. If you need anything, just let me know. Tianhu said casually with a smile on his face. He was very happy to have found a place that Yi Xian liked to stay. Are you going back to participate in the competition too? Yi Xian suddenly asked Tianhu. When Tianhu heard this, he showed an awkward expression. Boss, I am the young clan leader. Of course, I don't need to participate in the competition. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. From Tianhu's tone, Yi Xian understood that Tianhu did not need to participate in the competition, because even if he did, Tianhu would only be at the bottom of his peers. Tianhu was known as the son of Saint and had the mysterious ability of Dharma fusion. Unfortunately, Tianhu only knew how to use Dharma fusion. Anyone who knew his background could easily defeat him. Yi Xian was never stingy to his own people. Even if Tianhu was the divine beast of the demon god's realm, since he was now his underling, Yi Xian would not treat him badly. System: search for a suitable divine ability for Tianhu and give him suitable elixirs and treasures. Yi Xian ordered the system. Although Yi Xian knew that he would have to pay a huge price this time, Yi Xian did not care. Ding. System notification. Found a suitable divine ability, 13 forms of the dragon dominating the heavens. Ding. System notification. Host does not have enough faith points to exchange. 13 forms of the dragon dominating the heavens? From the name, this divine ability seemed to be a combination of skills. However, since Yi Xian had decided to give Tianhu a divine ability, Yi Xian would do as he said. System: use resources to exchange for the insufficient faith points. I want to exchange for this divine ability. Ding. System notification. Resource exchange successful. Divine ability exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 13 forms of the dragon dominating the heavens. Would the host like to cultivate it immediately? No need. Give me a physical body. A moment later, a golden scroll appeared in Yi Xian's hand. This was the 13 forms of the dragon dominating the heavens. Although the exchange this time did not bankrupt Yi Xian, it was not far off. His faith points had been emptied and more than half of his stored resources had been used up. One had to know that these resources included the resources that Yi Xian had accumulated from killing enemies during this period. One could imagine how much Yi Xian had invested in this exchange. Tianhu, come here. Yi Xian shouted to Tianhu. Tianhu did not hesitate and walked to Yi Xian's side. In fact, when Yi Xian took out the scroll, Tianhu saw it but did not think much of it. Boss, what's the matter? Tianhu asked Yi Xian. Chapter 2469. Cultivating the power of the star Sky Tiger was slightly taken aback. At first, he did not pay much attention to the scroll that Yi Xian gave him. After all, in the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp's tribe, there were naturally many good techniques. However, it was rare to see techniques stored in scrolls. Subconsciously, Sky Tiger did not feel that the scroll was precious, so he opened it subconsciously. However, the moment he opened the scroll, he was so shocked that he was speechless. This was an ancient divine ability. This was a scroll of an ancient divine ability. Sky Tiger screamed in his heart, but because of the shock, he did not say a word. Sky Tiger was the young clan leader of the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp's tribe, and at the same time, he was a saint. Ancient divine abilities were much stronger than current divine abilities, but they had a very special characteristic. That was, every divine ability could only be cultivated by a specific group of people or people with special physiques. Therefore, the introduction of the ancient divine ability first introduced the requirements to be able to cultivate the divine ability. As for current divine abilities, as long as one was willing, anyone could cultivate them. Of course, this was excluding innate divine abilities. At this moment, Yi Xian did not give him any innate divine ability, so it must be an ancient divine ability. Boss, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Sky Tiger hurriedly passed the scroll to Yixian. After all, ancient divine abilities were things that only existed in legends. Even if Sky Tiger was bold, he would not dare to accept it so easily. What I gave you is yours. Just take it. Follow me in the future and there will be many benefits. Don't be so anxious all the time, Yixian said casually. After he finished speaking, he walked towards a large hall. Because at this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for activating the mandatory hidden mission, Power of the Stars. Mission requirement. Within 3 months, the host must cultivate the power of the stars. If the mission is failed, the host will lose half of his realm. If the mission is successful, the host will receive a special reward. 3 months. This mission not only had a time limit, but also a punishment. Obviously, it was not that simple. Therefore, Yixian was in a hurry. Tianhu, go back and prepare for the grand competition. Cultivate well, I hope to hear good news from you. As for me, I will also try to cultivate the power of the stars. When he heard that Yixian was going to cultivate the power of the stars, Tianhu naturally thought that Yixian was using this as an excuse to send Tianhu away so that he could focus on his cultivation. After all, the power of stars, in the entire Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe, was recognized as a useless power. Thank you, boss. Suddenly, Tianhu fell to his knees. Yixian had given him so much that Tianhu didn't know how to express his gratitude. Yixian did not stop Tianhu. After all, Yixian wanted an obedient follower. Yixian waved his hand again, and Tianhu silently retreated. After Sky Tiger left, Yixian immediately went to the outskirts of Falling Star Valley. There was a stargazing platform here. If one wanted to cultivate, they would usually comprehend here. In the distance, there was a valley. Obviously, it was formed by a strong collision. The valley was rather huge, but because of the changes in time, the periphery was covered with giant trees. Only the center had circles of light bursting out from time to time. Yixian knew that it was the power of the stars. The power of the stars was very strange. If it was the power of the laws, then one would have to go in and observe it to discover its uniqueness. Only then could one comprehend it. However, the power of the stars was not like that. To comprehend the power of the stars, one could only find a suitable location. If one was too close or too far, it would be difficult to comprehend it. The strangest thing was that although Yixian was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the center of the eruption of the power of the stars, it seemed as if the power of the stars was right beside Yixian. It was so clear. This strange power of the stars was not the power of the laws. Therefore, whether it was comprehending or using it, it was not carried out according to the normal power of the laws. Of course, for Yixian, this was not a problem at all. System, analyze the comprehension plan and provide the most reasonable method of comprehension. Yixian had the system, so whether it was the power of the stars or the power of the laws, there was not much difference for Yixian. To Yixian, he could find the most reasonable and fastest method of comprehension. Yixian silently sat in the pavilion. However, when Yixian closed his eyes and started to comprehend, a strange scene happened. At the core of the power of the stars, a projection of Yixian appeared. It was as if Yixian had been projected into the core of the power of the stars. However, Yixian was completely unaware of this. At this moment, Yixian had entered an extremely mysterious state. It was as if he had turned into a ray of light that constantly shuttled between the stars. Green stars, blue stars, red stars, purple stars, round stars, flat stars, irregular stars. All kinds of stars shuttled back and forth in Yixian's consciousness. Yixian had already forgotten himself and everything else as he wholeheartedly immersed himself in the light of the stars. Slowly, a faint halo appeared around Yixian. This halo came from the core of the stars. It was the power of the stars. The power of the stars slowly gathered around Yixian before shuttling in and out of Yixian's body. Every time it entered and exited, it would cause a small change in Yixian's body. This change was very small, and it could even be said that it did not have any effect on Yixian's body. However, this change was very important. It was because of this change that Yi Xian's body started to gradually accept the power of the stars. The power of the stars was different from the power of the laws. Therefore, it needed to open up a new place to accommodate it. Gradually, more and more power of the stars gathered around Yi Xian, and it became denser and denser. Perhaps Yi Xian would be able to comprehend the power of the stars in the next moment. At the same time, Sky Tiger had already returned to the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe. However, when Sky Tiger returned, he was immediately taken away by a few elders and his father. This was because before Sky Tiger returned, a piece of news was first sent to the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe. This news was naturally related to the 3 ancient resources. Not to mention 3, even if it was just one ancient resource, it was already enough to cause a huge commotion. Unexpectedly, Sky Tiger actually knew someone and casually gave out 3 ancient resources. This news naturally caused a huge reaction in the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe. The moment Sky Tiger returned, he was immediately taken away. This was considered normal. Sky Tiger, I heard that when you went out this time, someone gave you 3 ancient resources. Is this true? The person who spoke was an elder of the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe. He was in charge of law enforcement in the tribe, so he had always been feared. Chapter 2470. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Tian Hu's smugness, that's right, disciplinary elder. This time, I have obtained 3 ancient resources. However, what does this have to do with you? Tian Hu said without hesitation. In an instant, the disciplinary elder's expression darkened. Don't be rude, Tiger Air. Tian Long Deity General reprimanded Tian Hu, but his tone was not harsh. Tian Long Deity General knew why the disciplinary elder would ask such a question. In the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe, Tian Long Deity General's cultivation was the highest. However, the other elders were not much weaker than him. In fact, the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe's Holy Sun position had always been opposed to giving it to Tian Hu. After all, the benefits of the position of Holy Sun were simply innumerable. Although Tian Hu was considered a genius because he had fused his law form with his body, in the eyes of the other elders, Tian Hu's actual combat strength was just SOSO. Furthermore, they also had children. Why couldn't the position of Holy Sun be given to their children? If not for Tian Long Deity General's position in the Demon God domain, the position of Holy Sun would have been contested. Even so, there were still quite a few people who harbored ill intentions. For example, the disciplinary elder could not wait to monitor Tian Hu at all times so that he could find something to use against him and kick him off the Holy Sun position. This time, since Tian Hu had obtained the ancient resources, these people would naturally have evil intentions. Ancient resources were extremely precious. If they were able to obtain them, not to mention their descendants, even their own strength would be strengthened by a few points. This time, the main purpose of summoning Tian Hu was to snatch the 3 ancient resources from Tian Hu. However, Tian Hu was not so easy to bully now. On the way back, Tian Hu had successfully mastered the first form of the 13 forms of the dragon dominating the heavens. Yi Xian's words were like an imperial edict to Tian Hu. Although Yi Xian did not say that he would let Tian Hu win first place in the tribe's grand competition, perhaps he had said that he would wait for Tian Hu's good news. Hence, Tian Hu hoped that he could win first place. Not only were there ancient resources, but there was also an ancient ability. Yi Xian had given Tian Hu so many precious treasures. How could Tian Hu not be confident? Of course, with confidence came hard work. Therefore, Tian Hu did not waste a single moment on the way back. Speaking of which, this guy's talent was not bad. He actually comprehended the first style of the 13 styles of the proud dragon dominating the heavens. Of course, the further one mystique, the harder it was more difficult. Tian Hu was only at this moment. Tian Hu in the past, he had listened to his father, but this time, he refuted. Father, don't they just want me to take out the resources and distribute them to their descendants? Why should they do that? My Tian Hu's things were not stolen or snatched. Why should I give them to them? Then I'll tell you the truth. Not only did my boss give me 3 ancient resources, he also gave me an ancient godly technique. But do you want it too? ancient mystique. Everyone, including Tianlong Deity General, was shocked to the core. In the entire demon god's domain, there were only a few ancient mystiques. Now, Tianhu was telling them that someone had given Tianhu an ancient mystique. How could they accept this? Are you telling the truth? Tianlong Deity General could not help but ask Tianhu. Father, could it be that you still don't trust your son? This ancient divine ability was specially chosen by Boss for me. It's extremely compatible with me. It is called the 13 forms of the dragon dominating the heavens. This is impossible. Even in my entire Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe, we don't have a single ancient divine ability. We only have a remnant scroll. You said that someone gave you an ancient divine ability. Do you think we will believe it? If the boss you speak of can give away the ancient mystiques and resources as he pleases, then why doesn't he dare to meet us? The punishment elder said sternly. He knew very well that if Tianhu was telling the truth, then Tianhu's status in the tribe would be greatly improved and no one would be able to shake him. This guy loved his grandson very much. It could be said that if Tianhu had something good, he would definitely give it to his grandson. In addition, his grandson was also very capable. It could be said that his fighting strength was stronger than Tianhu. Therefore, few people in the tribe would say otherwise. Asking my boss to meet you? Punishment elder, you think too highly of yourself. What kind of person is my boss? Even if you want to meet him, I'm afraid he may not necessarily meet you. My boss said that I can teach this ancient divine ability to others. However, the number of people I can teach is limited to 3. Father, don't worry. I'll show it to you now. However, you must remember that you can't teach this divine ability to others. Otherwise, if my boss blames you, you'll be in trouble. As he spoke, Tianhu had already passed the scroll to Tianlong Deity General. Tianlong Deity General naturally did not refuse. He took the scroll and set a restriction with his divine thought before carefully opening it. The punishment elder was so excited that he could not wait to rush over and take a look. Unfortunately, he did not dare to do so. One should know that Tianlong Deity General was not only powerful, but also the tribe leader. If he offended him, he was afraid that he would suffer. Tianlong Deity General looked at the scroll for more than 2 hours before returning it to Tianhu. Father, do you understand? Sigh, what a pity This is an ancient mystique. It is a pity that I can't practice it. It can even be said that except for you, no one can practice it. I don't know if your boss deliberately changed it, or this ancient mystique was originally like this. If you want to practice this ancient mystique, the first requirement is to integrate with the body. So, we can't practice it at all. How could this be? Tianhu was inexplicably shocked. In fact, Yi Xian did not say that he was allowed to teach, but he also did not say that he was not allowed to teach. That was why Tianhu made such a decision. But now, Tianhu realized that Yi Xian had already made arrangements. This ancient mystique was tailor-made for him. It would be extremely difficult for others to practice it. But don't worry, although I can't practice the ancient mystique, I can still learn from it. It's not a waste of time. Tianlong Deity General smiled. At this time, the punishment elder's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Tianlong Deity General would not lie, so what Tianlong Deity General said must be true. At this moment, he could not wait to take a look at the scroll. Unfortunately, he did not dare to. Chapter 2471. Translator, Nyobo Studio Editor, Nyobo Studio Misunderstanding. Because at this time, everyone knew that the situation in the clan had changed. The grandson of the punishment elder could no longer steal Tianhu's cultivation resources. Sky Tiger's position would be consolidated like never before. No one would be able to shake it. Sky Tiger left the main hall and returned to his residence. Then, he shut himself in and cultivated in silence. Outside, hundreds of guards stood guard beside Sky Tiger's residence. No one was allowed to disturb him. The young disciples of the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe did not understand what was going on, but they could feel the unusual atmosphere. The competition soon began. What surprised all the young disciples was that Sky Tiger participated in the competition. Moreover, from the beginning, Sky Tiger had been dominating all the way. Sky Tiger's strange attack was not from the tribe. However, all the elders were silent. No matter how dissatisfied the tribe members were, they did not care at all. Until the news spread that Sky Tiger had obtained the ancient mystique. In an instant, no one was dissatisfied. In 2 months, Sky Tiger had only learned the first 3 moves. However, those 3 moves were enough to defeat all the enemies. Without any pressure, he crushed all the way. The mysterious leader of Sky Tiger had attracted the attention of countless people at the same time. Unfortunately, no one could find out. Sky Tiger had never revealed where Xian was, so it was impossible for people to find out. At this time, Xian had been cultivating with his eyes closed for more than 2 months. In 2 months, Xian did not open his eyes, nor did he move his body. On this day, under Sky Tiger's lead, the Sky Dragon Deity General and several important members of the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe had arrived. However, all of them waited silently outside. No one dared to take a step forward. Sky Tiger had proved the authenticity of the ancient mystique with his strength. At the same time, the 3 ancient resources had been exchanged for suitable resources. It could be said that Sky Tiger's leader. No one in the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe dared to show any disrespect to this mysterious person. Everyone gathered at the entrance, waiting for Xian to come out. Fortunately, these people did not go in to disturb Xian. After all, Xian was currently at a critical juncture. Whether he could succeed or not would depend on these last few days. Light flashed around Xian as more and more power of the stars gathered around Xian, turning him into a man of light. If someone were to see Xian now, they would be extremely shocked. This was because Xian no longer had its original appearance. It was completely transparent. All of Xian's internal organs were clearly visible, but even so, they had completely transformed into rays of light at this moment. A mysterious and profound energy swirled around Xian. If anyone who had comprehended the power of the stars were here, they would definitely cry out in surprise. Xian's reaction was 1,000 times better than theirs. Stellar body tempering. This phenomenon could only be called stellar body tempering. Unfortunately, no one knew what stellar body tempering was. This was because no one had ever encountered such a situation. Xian had completely lost all perception of the outside world. At this moment, Xian was immersed in the countless stars shuttling back and forth. Time continued to pass as Tianhu and the others waited silently. However, there was no movement from inside. At this moment, Xian was also experiencing a great challenge. One had to know that this mission had a time limit. If Xian did not complete the mission within the time limit, he would lose half of his cultivation base. This was enough to make Xian despair. It was basically equivalent to certain death. Unfortunately, Xian did not know how much time was passing. He did not know that he did not have much time left. Day after day, time slowly passed. Tianhu habitually raised his head to look inside. If it wasn't for his father's request, Tianhu would have already rushed in to look for Xian. At this moment, Tianhu once again looked forward. He couldn't hold it in any longer and directly shouted, "Boss, can we come in?" After shouting this sentence, Tianhu silently looked ahead. All of a sudden, an incomparably ancient yet extremely gentle aura descended upon them. At the same time, a powerful ray of light burst out from the top of everyone's head and spread out. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. Rays of light fluctuated rapidly in the distance. The power was not terrifying. On the contrary, it was very gentle. However, it was simple and ancient. What kind of power is this? Tianlong deity raised his head to look at the circles of light in the sky and asked subconsciously. Unfortunately, no one could answer him because no one had seen such a strange phenomenon before. At the same time, Xian finally opened his eyes. At the same time that Xian opened his eyes, the system notification sounded. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the stellar body tempering mission. You have obtained a special reward, a deluxe gift pack. You have obtained a special material, 9-star Pearls Wonder Stone. You have obtained experience points as a reward and leveled up by 1 level. Ding. Host has broken through to upper rank 4 Divine Emperor Realm. Deluxe Gift Pack, 9 Star Pearls Wonderstone. The sudden reward caused Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. The reward this time could be said to be generous beyond Yi Xian's expectations. At this moment, Yi Xian still had to thank the Heavenly Tiger. One had to know that as soon as Yi Xian's mind returned, he already knew how much time had passed. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Tiger's call, Yi Xian would have fallen this time. Most importantly, it was not that Yi Xian did not comprehend the stellar body tempering mission. On the contrary, he had comprehended too much. Yi Xian had gained a lot from comprehending the stellar body tempering mission this time. However, Yi Xian helplessly discovered that the stellar body tempering mission could only be used occasionally. This was because there was no way to replenish it. The realm of the gods was surrounded by 10 suns. The stellar body tempering mission had long been blocked out. Yi Xian did not open the gift bag. Instead, he stood up silently and walked outside. At this time, the stellar body tempering mission had not completely disappeared from Yi Xian's body. Therefore, Yi Xian's every movement was accompanied by countless illusions. These were not illusions left behind by fast movements, nor were they illusions left behind by illusions. They were illusions formed naturally by the stellar body tempering mission. Yi Xian walked forward, but behind him was a large string of illusions. The moment he walked out, everyone was shocked. Tianlong Deity General and the others did not know that Yi Xian's current situation was due to the stellar body tempering mission. Therefore, they could not explain Yi Xian's current situation. Most importantly, Tianlong Deity General's cultivation was profound. Even without using his divine consciousness, he could see many things just by relying on his eyes. Physical doppelganger. Tianlong Deity General muttered in a very low voice. However, who was around? Who could not hear him? When they heard the words physical doppelganger, everyone was shocked. Physical doppelganger represented a divine ability. At the same time, it represented a kind of identity. Chapter 2472. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Luolua's new Cluet was a physical clone. Everyone, including Tianlong Divine General, was speechless at this moment. Of course, with their knowledge, they could tell that this was only the most basic form, or that this was just the beginning of the cultivation. However, the ability to create a physical clone was something that only the demon god's domain's divine lord possessed. Therefore, they were certain that this person in front of them had a close relationship with the divine lord. In this way, many things became clear. Why was this person able to give Tianhu 3 pieces of ancient resources and an ancient divine lord's ability? Perhaps, only the divine lord could have such a background. Of course, this was just a huge misunderstanding. How could Yi Xian have any relationship with the demon god's domain's divine lord? In fact, he had never even met the divine lord. If there was any relationship, it would be that Yi Xian was preparing to find Luoluo from the demon god's domain's divine lord. Boss, you're finally out? Tianhu said in surprise. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, but he was still slightly afraid. After all, which one of the people standing in front of him didn't emit a powerful aura? Yi Xian was very clear that any one of these people would be able to instantly take him down. However, since these people did not use their divine sense to probe him, nor did they attack him immediately, it meant that they had no ill intentions towards him. Who are these people? Yi Xian asked Tianhu. When Tianhu heard Yi Xian's question, he immediately began to introduce them to Yi Xian. It turned out that Tianlong Divine General and the others wanted to meet Tianhu because of the Divine Lord's ancient Divine Lord. Hence, this trip. After Tianhu's introduction, Yi Xian was even more shocked. He did not expect that he would meet a Divine General of the Demon God's domain so soon. Of course, Yi Xian did not show any expression at this moment. He was very calm and collected. After chatting with Tianlong Divine General for a while, Tianlong Divine General and the others left. With a huge misunderstanding in front of them, the people of the Heaven Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe only had fear and no doubt towards Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian, it was naturally impossible for him to offend these people, let alone befriend them. Therefore, This meeting was rather indifferent. After the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp Tribe's people left, Tianhu excitedly said to Yixian, "Boss, I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. This time, I have successfully obtained first place in the clan's grand competition." Tianhu had actually been holding back these words for a long time. In his heart, this was a mission given to him by Yixian, so he naturally had to do a good job. However, Yixian did not take it too seriously. Therefore, Yixian nodded and said to Tianhu, "Let's go. Let's leave this place." Since Tianlong Xinjiang and the others knew that Yixian was here, this place was no longer safe. Thus, Yixian had no choice but to leave. "Boss, where are we going? Didn't you say that you wanted to comprehend the power of the stars here? Why do you want to leave?" "I have already comprehended the power of the stars here, so there is no reason for me to continue staying here. As for where to go, it doesn't matter. I will go wherever I go." Yixian simply wanted to leave this place. As for where to go, he did not have a destination. If he wanted to return to the Kunlun Divine Domain, he would need to go to the 8 great divine generals' residences. Only there would be a passageway. Other things aside, if Yixian mentioned that he wanted to go to the Kunlun Divine Domain, it would immediately arouse suspicion. At this moment, Yixian could not compete with the 8 great divine generals. Thus, it would be unwise to provoke any of the 8 great divine generals. It might be possible to find Luo Luo's whereabouts, but he had Tianhu by his side. Thus, Tianhu might be able to obtain some useful information. As the two of them walked, Yixian asked Tianhu, "Tianhu, do you know that there is a saint whose true form is the 9-tailed sky-loathed fox?" Tianhu looked at Yixian in confusion. "Boss, you know about the Saint of 9 Paths?" "Saint of 9 Paths?" Yixian frowned slightly. It seemed that Luo Luo's identity in the demon god domain was not simple. "Yes, it's the saint's son of the 9 Dao. Every saint's son has his own name. For example, the other saints call me the saint's son of the heavenly dragon. However, the saint's son of the 9 Dao is very special. It's said that he's not from the demon god domain. The 9-tailed heavenly loathed fox is extremely noble. Even the divine lord has to give him some face. Moreover, the saint's son of the 9 Dao is highly valued by the divine lord." Tianhu simply told him what he knew. However, it wasn't of much use to Yixian. After talking for a long time, it could be summarized in one sentence. That was, Yixian was currently powerless to save Luo Luo. It had to be known that it was impossible for the divine lord of the demon god's domain to allow Luo Luo to go into seclusion out of respect. It was probably because Luo Luo also wanted to leave the demon god's domain to look for Yixian. Therefore, the divine master of the demon god domain could only trap Luo Luo. When Yixian came to the god domain, he was separated from Luo Luo. Therefore, Luo Luo would not know that Yixian was in the Kunlun god domain. She would also not know about the conflict between Yixian and the demon god domain. Perhaps, Luo Luo would not be mistreated in the demon god domain. On the contrary, she would be valued because of her noble identity. After some analysis, Yixian knew that Luo Luo would not be mistreated. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to find Luo Luo. However, Yixian did not know that ever since he came to the demon god domain, Luo Luo had been anxious. Yixian and Luo Luo had a special connection. Due to the uniqueness of the demon god domain, Yixian's ability to sense was suppressed after he came to the demon god domain. As a result, Yixian could not accurately pinpoint Luo Luo's location. However, because Yixian came to the demon god domain, Luo Luo's ability to sense was strengthened. It could be said that every time Yixian moved, Luo Luo could clearly sense it. Luo Luo knew very well that Yixian came here for her. Luo Luo knew what happened to the human race in the demon god domain. Therefore, Luo Luo was very worried about Yixian. Unfortunately, she could not do anything. Ever since she came to the god domain, she was brought here by a mysterious power. It could even be said that this power was so strong that even the divine master of the demon god domain had to bow down to it. This was a super powerful power. At the same time, it was also a peerless elite. Luo Luo did not know who this person was. However, her every move, every word, and every action were all under this person's surveillance. Even if she was the holy son of the demon god domain, It was just that person's arrangement. Of course, Luo could feel that person's goodwill. Chapter 2473. The Yellow Sand Zone. Yixian and Tianhu had traversed thousands of realms just to reach a dangerous place. Tianhu stood behind Yixian and asked Yixian hesitantly, "Boss, are we really going in?" "We're already here. Do you think we should go in?" Yixian looked at the boundless yellow sand in front of him and said calmly. Yixian had deliberately chosen this place because this time, Yixian wanted to increase his strength in one go. At this moment, Yixian realized that everything he wanted to do was because he was not strong enough. Not strong enough. Therefore, this time, Yixian wanted to increase his strength crazily. First, it was the trial in the mysterious place. Yixian did not even qualify to participate because he was not strong enough, so he could only be teleported out. After that, it was Lolua's matter, and then he had to leave the demon god's domain. In short, everything was because he was not strong enough. If he stayed outside, he would have to worry about his identity being exposed and being hunted down. Therefore, Yixian did not have many choices. Entering this place and quickly increasing his strength was perhaps his only choice. At this moment, the yellow sand zone that Yixian saw was quite famous in the demon god's domain. This place was called the Drought Sea. The Drought Sea was huge, but even divine beasts did not dare to enter. This was because the Drought Sea not only had an extremely violent natural climate, but it was also inhabited by the ancient beasts. It was said that the Drought Sea was formed because of a huge explosion. In ancient times, the Drought Sea was a very famous battlefield in the Great War between the gods. Thousands of powerful ancient supremes fought here. They tore through the void and trampled over mountains and rivers. However, for some reason, they broke through a mystic realm. It was a completely isolated mystery world, a mystery world that belonged to the ancient beasts. The remaining strong cultivators were crazily hunted down by the ancient beasts and died one by one. After the mystery world exploded, everything inside the mystery world was scattered here. The yellow sand area was only the outermost area of the Drought Sea. As for the inside, it was even more terrifying. According to Tianhu, even the Divine Master had come here personally. However, he had left in less than 10 days with a fearful expression. This was because there was an extremely powerful existence in the Drought Sea, an existence that even the demon god's god domain's Divine Master couldn't deal with. Fortunately, the Drought Sea hadn't moved in the slightest for millions of years. It was as if this was an independent place that wasn't affected by anything in the outside world. In fact, some experts from the demon god realm would also form teams and enter to search for treasures. After all, there were many special resources in the Drought Sea. Moreover, those ancient beasts were also extremely valuable. Ancient beasts didn't have transfiguration divine abilities, nor did they have high intelligence. Furthermore, all of them focused on cultivating their physical bodies. Tianhu had said that the reason why he was able to fuse his Dharma power was because his father, Tianlong Xinjiang, had come here when he was young and had a fortuitous encounter. Then, he combined it with his own understanding and created the cultivation method of Dharma power fusion. That was why Yixian had chosen this location. He had chosen the Drought Sea. Since the ancient beasts were so mysterious, Yixian would surely be able to obtain an opportunity to improve his strength quickly. Fear? Perhaps others would be afraid, but not Yixian. To Yixian, there was nothing to be afraid of. The Drought Sea was home to powerful ancient beasts. To Yixian, this was the best place to cultivate. After all, Yixian needed to devour ancient beasts to improve quickly. Yixian didn't want to wait any longer. He had waited for too long. It was time to explode. There were still many things for Yixian to do. He couldn't waste too much time in the demon god's god domain. If you don't want to go in, then wait for me outside. I'll find you when I come out. Yixian indifferently said to Tianhu. After that, he no longer paid any attention to Tianhu and directly walked forward. Actually, it was a good thing that Yixian didn't bring Tianhu with him. After all, if Tianhu went in with him, some of Yixian's secrets would be exposed. At least for now, Tianhu didn't have the right to know Yixian's secrets. Tianhu hesitated for a moment. By the time he wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. Yixian had already disappeared. Therefore, he could only stay where he was and cultivate while waiting for Xian to return. After entering the yellow sand zone, there was nothing special in the beginning. Here, there was only an isolation zone that stretched as far as the eye could see. Regardless of whether it was the stone god beast or ancient beast, they would rarely come here. However, it was also because of this that there were humans here. Xian kept his divine will extended outwards. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to find a small human tribe. This was a tribe built around an oasis. There were only a few hundred people here, but it was very peaceful. Xian didn't hesitate and walked over. The people here had very low cultivation levels. They made some simple dharma treasures to protect their homes. At the same time, they hunted some weak ancient beasts or divine beasts to cultivate. At this moment, they suddenly saw Xian in the yellow sand, which immediately attracted the attention of the people here. "Father, father, there's someone in the desert." A youth shouted loudly. After a moment, a burly man rushed over. He was holding a large knife made of an unknown material in his hand. There were a few people behind him. "Go in, everyone go in quickly. There's an array in the house. Activate the array immediately if something's wrong." The burly man shouted loudly. Soon, all the people around the oasis hid in the only big stone house in the oasis. Xian knew what these people were worried about. Therefore, he didn't mind and continued walking over. "Stop right there. Who are you?" "I'm Xian. I'm just passing by and would like to rest here for a while." After all, he was a human. It wasn't easy to meet a free human in the demon god's domain. Xian wouldn't find trouble with these people. You're a human?" The burly man hesitated for a moment. After recognizing Xian, he asked hesitantly. "Yes, I'm a human." Xian didn't hide anything and answered directly. "You're a human? Quick, invite him in." When they heard that he was a fellow human, the people didn't stop Xian. Instead, they quickly invited Xian in. "Hi, brother, don't blame them. You know that people like us who live in this desert will be eaten by divine beasts or ancient beasts one day if we don't keep our guard up. May I ask which tribe you're from, brother?" "I'm not from here. I'm from outside. This time, I'm here to investigate." "What? You want to go in?" "Brother, you're too bold. Although the lives of humans are as cheap as grass here, you don't have to humiliate yourself like this. You're just going to die if you go in." Chapter 2474. God-slaying set. Seeing that Xian was silent, the burly man hesitated for a moment before handing a green card to Xian. "Brother, take this. Perhaps it will be of use to you." Xian picked up the card. It was also made of an unknown material, but there was an ancient word, Bing, sealed on it. "What is this?" Xian asked curiously. "We don't know what this is either. We accidentally obtained this from an ancient beast during a hunt. Although we don't know what it is, we do know that as long as you use your divine sense to activate it, it will create the phantom of an ancient beast that will protect you." "Card? Phantom of an ancient beast?" Xian was slightly taken aback. It seemed that the drought sea held its own secrets. "I don't need this. After all, this thing will be of great use to you." The burly man hesitated for a moment. This thing was of great use to them. It could be said that they had relied on this thing to hunt ancient beasts several times. It was also because of this thing that they had been able to fend off the attacks of divine beasts several times. The burly man frowned. The humans who lived in the drought sea had a tradition. Once they met a fellow tribesman in need, they would help them with all their might. After all, it was already very difficult to survive in this place. If they did not help each other, the human race would have been wiped out long ago. Seeing that Xian had rejected him, the burly man felt a little guilty. After hesitating for a moment, the burly man's eyes suddenly lit up. He took out a round plate. "Brother, since you don't want the card, I'll give this to you. To be honest, we've only activated this thing once when we obtained it. That time, we summoned a dozen powerful ancient beasts. Unfortunately, for some reason, we couldn't use it again. So, although this thing is powerful, I can't tell you how to use it. Take it first. Who knows, it might be of some help to you on the way." Xian did not understand the tradition of helping each other in the drought sea, but he knew how to repay kindness. Yi Xian would not be stingy if these people could help him without holding back in their first meeting. Alright, I'll take this. These pills are for you. Share them with your tribesmen. They will be good for your tribesmen. The burly man did not know that the pills that Yi Xian was giving him were cultivation pills that were hard to come by outside. Therefore, he accepted them without hesitation. After leaving the tribe, Yi Xian took out the strange round plate as he walked. What is this thing? Yi Xian was confused. The round plate's design was simple. If the burly man's introduction, Yi Xian would have thought it was just a dish. To be sure, it was not as simple as it was. System, detect this thing. Yi Xian. Unable to detect. Insufficient resources? Could it be that the system was talking about faith points? System, let's exchange resources for faith points detection. Ding. System notification. Insufficient resources. Unable to exchange for sufficient faith. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. What does this mean? Even with all of his resources combined, it was still not enough to detect such a thing? What is this thing? Is it so strange? Yi Xian did not believe that he could not do anything to this thing. System, open that gift pack for me. Yi Xian had completed the Star Power mission and received a gift pack and a 9-star Pearl Stone. But he had not used it yet. At this moment, Yi Xian wanted to use a gift pack for a plate. Ding. System notification. The special gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving a gift pack of points, a gift pack of magic treasures, and an unknown gift pack. What's going on? He opened a gift pack and then opened 3 gift packs? After Yi Xian was stunned, he was pleasantly surprised. Yi Xian didn't need to wash his hair to know about the gift pack. He would either give him Devourer points, Eternal points, or Faith points. But no matter what was given, one thing was certain, they were all good things. System, open the gift pack of points first. Yi Xian wanted to see what he could get. It would be best if he could get Eternal points. Although it had been a long time since he obtained Devourer points, Eternal points seemed to be more useful. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million Faith points, 100 Eternal points, and 10 Devourer points. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He even felt that happiness came too suddenly. 1 million Faith points was not much, but the key was Eternal points. A full 100 Eternal points, this was simply something Yi Xian did not dare to imagine. What did 100 Faith points mean? Even if he used Eternal Domain, he could use it 20 times. This time, just opening the gift pack once gave Yi Xian such a great prize. How could Yi Xian not be excited? 10 Devourer points. It was unknown whether it was because of the increase in realm or because Yi Xian had been unlucky during this period, but Yi Xian had not encountered a Devourer for a long time, let alone obtain Devourer points. But at this moment he obtained 10 Devourer points in one go. Combined with suitable resources, wouldn't Yi Xian be able to have a big change this time? Even Yi Xian could not stay calm at this moment. The reward of this gift pack was too generous. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yi Xian continued to say to the system, System, open the gift pack of magic treasures. The gift pack of magic treasures could obviously be opened. Then, if the gift pack of points gave Yi Xian such a big surprise, what kind of surprise would the gift pack of magic treasures give Yi Xian? Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special scroll, Set Perfection Scroll. The Set Perfection Scroll can choose suitable resources according to the host's wishes, and directly perfect a set of 2 or more parts that the host owns. Shock ecstasy. Yi Xian did not know how to describe his feelings at this moment. Although this was only a scroll, its value was immeasurable. Yi Xian now had the Godslayer sword and the Godslayer armor. Didn't this mean that Yi Xian could use this Set Perfection Scroll to complete the Godslayer set in one go? Although the resources were provided by Yi Xian himself, one had to know that compared to resources, it was much more difficult to create a set of magic treasures like the Godslayer set. In an instant, Yi Xian's hands, which were holding the scroll, trembled slightly. Unfortunately, when Yi Xian saw the materials used to create the Godslayer set, his expression turned ugly. Chapter 2475. The system was so shocked that it upgraded. Where was Yi Xian supposed to find such a thing? This was the God Emperor realm. What was the God Emperor realm? That was referring to Mi Ming, a God Master realm expert. The system actually wanted Yi Xian to find a God Master's Godhead, and 5 of them at that. Yi Xian had been in the God realm for so long, but he had only met 2 God Masters. One was the God Master of the Kunlun God domain, Mi Ming, and the other was the God Master of the Yao God domain. But creating a God-slaying set required 5 God Masters' Godheads, and complete ones at that. At this moment, Yi Xian put away the scroll without hesitation, because he knew that with his current strength, he couldn't gather all the materials. Of course, it was not possible now, but it did not mean that it would not be possible in the future. There was only one last gift bag left. As for this last gift bag, it was probably the most special gift bag. What kind of surprise could it bring to Yi Xian? System, open the unknown gift bag. Yi Xian said calmly, but his mind was completely focused. Ding, system notification. Ding, warning, warning, the host has received a super strong reward. The system is undergoing an emergency upgrade. Ding, warning, warning, the host, please take note, the system will be forcibly shut down for 3 months. Yi Xian had a dumbstruck expression on his face. What did he open up that directly upgraded the system? And it was an emergency upgrade. Yi Xian subconsciously shouted at the system several times, but there was no response. In other words, the system had really been upgraded. But Yi Xian didn't even know what he had done. Didn't he just open an unknown gift bag? Was there a need to make such a big fuss? Fortunately, it was only 3 months, so it wasn't unacceptable. This is great, this plate can't be used to find out what it's for. Forget it, I'll just leave it for now. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This situation was completely out of his expectations. It was also something that Yi Xian had never encountered before. During these 3 months, Yi Xian did not intend to stir up any trouble. After all, without the system, Yi Xian's strength would still decrease. Most importantly, even if he killed an ancient beast or a mythical beast, he would not gain any experience points. In that case, killing them would be a waste of time. However, it was still necessary to hurry. Yi Xian was not prepared to look for trouble, but that did not mean that trouble would not look for Yi Xian. On this day, Yi Xian walked through the yellow sand as usual. Even though the yellow sand region was only the outermost region of the Drought Sea, it was still very dangerous. However, the Drought Sea was extremely vast. According to Tian Hu, the Drought Sea occupied 1/5 of the entire demon god domain. Such a large area, even if it was only his outer region, was not a place that could be traversed quickly. After all, they didn't even have a map here. Moreover, they would get lost from time to time. Whether it was divine telekinesis or eyes, they were useless in the yellow sand. The yellow sand had a strange restriction that was enough to cause anyone who entered to lose their sense of direction immediately. It was said that someone had been trapped in the yellow sand for 10,000 years. Furthermore, that person was lucky enough to not encounter any disasters in the yellow sand and thus survived. However, this time, Yi Xian didn't have such good luck. He encountered the most ordinary disaster in the yellow sand area. A law storm. Due to the special geographical location of the yellow sand, there were relatively few law powers in the yellow sand. However, there were a few law powers that were excessively abundant. Among them was the law of the wind. It could be said that the yellow sand was constantly windy at all times. However, it was not affected at all during normal times. After all, even the simplest protective divine power was enough to counteract these violent winds. However, it would be a tragedy if they encountered a law storm. A law storm was a natural phenomenon that occurred when the law of the wind was too concentrated in a certain area. Through the form of a storm, the law of the wind was eliminated. Even the law powers could be eliminated. One could only imagine how terrifying the power was. The formation of a law storm did not have the slightest sign. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking as usual. However, the moment he took a step forward, there was a sudden change in heaven and earth. A violent and terrifying aura overturned heaven and earth in an instant. Yi Xian did not have the slightest ability to resist and was directly lifted into the air. When he stabilized himself and looked over, it was already indistinguishable from heaven and earth. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to have been brought into an unknown space. Above his head, below his feet, around his body, it was as if it was the sky and the earth. It was extremely strange. Boom! A divine dragon condensed from the law directly crashed toward Yi Xian. This was a pure law life form, and it was formed in an instant. However, before Yi Xian could react, the law divine dragon disintegrated in an instant. A law storm was not a real storm. The reason it was called a storm was because it had one thing in common with storms. They both had the eye of the storm. Fortunately, Yi Xian was now in the eye of the storm. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could not move an inch at this moment. He could only watch the terrifying changes in the outside world. Law life forms quickly appeared one after another. Law divine dragons, law divine tigers, and even law kunpengs appeared. However, these law life forms did not last long from their appearance to their disappearance. This was because they were all wind law life forms. The main reason for the appearance of a law storm was because there were too many wind laws to repair. At this moment, Yi Xian was witnessing a miracle with his own eyes. A miracle that no one else would ever see in their lifetime. In the blink of an eye, the birth and death of a law life form was completed in an instant. And their appearance was not known to anyone other than Yi Xian. Perhaps, Yi Xian's eyes were their only witness. Because Yi Xian, they had existed. At this moment, Yi Xian could not release his divine sense. Yi Xian tried, but just as he released a trace of his divine sense, it was immediately swept away by the law storm. Therefore, Yi Xian's eyes were the only witness. Witnessing all of this, these law life forms did not seem to know what they were experiencing. It was as if their lives were only meant to bloom for a moment. The law storm condensed the excess wind laws into wind law life forms, and then quickly destroyed them. Through this method, the excess nomological power was eliminated. However, this process was extremely natural. After all, this was the result of a natural balance, and it was in accordance with the laws of the Great Tao. Only Yi Xian, a witness, felt sorry for these law life forms. Yi Xian was a witness. He could see with his own eyes how these strange law life forms were born and how they died. Chapter 2476. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios relics of the ancient god clan. It could be said that if they were not in this nomological storm and were in the outside world instead, they would be invincible. However, the crux of the matter was that they only obtained this power in an instant. Of course, their lives were only in an instant. Perhaps in their world, the power of time law was also involved and sped up their time immensely. Yi Xian watched all this in silence. He could do nothing about it. Other than being a witness, Yi Xian could not do anything else. It could be said that if Yi Xian had not happened to be standing in the eye of the storm, he would have disappeared long ago. The nomological storm did not last long. When no nomological life forms appeared in the storm, the world finally started to return to normal. At the same time, the storm seemed to turn into an ordinary storm and then disappeared. Perhaps what they saw outside the nomological storm was just a very ordinary storm. For some reason Yi Xian thought of this sentence in his heart. A flower, a blade of grass, a world, a year, a life. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to realize many things. It could be said that he had witnessed everything in a single world. The life forms in the nomological storm might only think that this was their entire world. As for Yi Xian, who had been standing there silently watching them, what was he in the eyes of these nomological life forms? God? As for their own strength, which one of them didn't surpass Yi Xian? Stronger than most ordinary gods? Strength reigned supreme? However, in the nomological storm, that did not seem to be the case. Just because Yi Xian was not on the same plane as these nomological life forms, there was a huge difference. Yes, it was a plane. The power of the plane's nomological laws, unknowingly, Yi Xian stood in place in a daze. The yellow sand was at a loss. Layer by layer, Yi Xian was completely covered in yellow sand in a few days. Another few days later, this place was completely flat. As for Yi Xian, he was nowhere to be seen because he had been buried by the yellow sand. At this moment, Yi Xian had already fallen into deep thought. He pondered the power of the plane and the power of the planar laws. A faint shadow appeared above Yi Xian's godhead. It could be said to be a single shadow, but it could also be said to be countless shadows. It was the power of the planar laws. Yi Xian was enlightened. He had successfully comprehended the power of the planar laws. Furthermore, it was the true essence of the planar laws. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was too weak, and his understanding was too shallow. Therefore, he could not activate the power of the planar laws. No one had ever comprehended the planar laws. At the very least, no one in the current God realm had ever done so. But this time, Yi Xian had used the power of the law storm to comprehend a sliver of the planar laws. Even if it was only a trace, it was still a seed. As long as it was a seed, it could sprout. In the future, whether or not Yi Xian could cultivate the planar laws would depend on himself. One had to know that the enlightenment this time was completely separate from the system. In other words, the power of the planar laws was completely the power of Yi Xian himself. It was a power that was not controlled by the system, nor was it supervised by the system. Of course, at the same time, he would not receive any help from the system. 3 months later, a sound rang out. Ding! System upgrade successful. With this notification, Yi Xian finally woke up. The system had finally recovered. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He hurriedly asked the system, "System, why did you suddenly upgrade this time?" Yi Xian had to get to the bottom of this question. After all, this had never happened before. Ding! System notification. Attention, host. The host has unlocked the Divinity Stripper subprofession reward in advance. The system has been fully updated. The system actually did not answer Yi Xian's question. It only told Yi Xian about the reward. Forget it. The system often does this anyway. It's probably because I'm not strong enough. Yi Xian did not think too much about it. He was too lazy to ask. Divinity Stripper. When he heard this reward, Yi Xian was practically beside himself with joy. Back then, Yi Xian had obtained a complete divinity. At that time, Yi Xian knew that the Divinity Stripper had completely lost its inheritance. Perhaps, Yi Xian was the only Divinity Stripper left in the world. He just did not know if there were 1 or 2 Divinity Strippers in those special secret realms. The Divinity Stripper had the special ability to strip divinity. Against enemies who did not have a high mastery of the laws, the Divinity Stripper could be forcibly stripped without harming their lives. Against enemies of similar strength, the Divinity Stripper could be extracted after defeating them. There was a chance to strip a complete Divinity Stripper or obtain a Divinity Fragment. Against disciples who were stronger than the Divinity Stripper, the Divinity Stripper could be used to attack the opponent's Divinity Stripper. It could be said that the Divinity Stripper was a very powerful profession. Not only was its combat strength strong, but its attacking methods were also very strange. It was hard to defend against. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately chose to learn it. This time, Yi Xian did not bother to ask what the system had upgraded this time. What Yi Xian wanted to know the most now was what the disc was. System, can I use eternal points to detect this disc? Ding! System notification. The host is using eternal points to detect. This time, it will cost 10 eternal points. Does the host confirm? So expensive. Confirm. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the special item, Ancient God Race's Divine Card Roulette. Ancient God Race. Yi Xian had heard of this race before. It was said that it was a powerful race in ancient times. However, it had gone extinct long ago. As for what legends they left behind, he did not know. Could it be that this ancient beast was related to the Ancient God Race? Otherwise, why would he find something of the Ancient God Race here? Well, now he knew what this thing was. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could not use this thing because Yi Xian did not know what this thing was for. Divine Card Roulette? Yi Xian did not even know what a divine card was, let alone a divine card roulette. It could be said that Yi Xian had already completely fallen into a daze. Each and every one of them had just entered the Drought Sea, yet they'd already encountered a few strange things. He really did not know what else he would encounter along the way. Of course, If there were more rewards like the divinity stripper sub-profession, Yi Xian would not mind at all. At this time, Yi Xian put away his feelings and walked forward again. Yi Xian did not know what was waiting for Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was sure that this time, it would be extraordinary. The mysterious drought sea, the mysterious ancient beast, what kind of experience would Yi Xian bring? Step by step, Yi Xian kept moving forward. After the system upgrade, Yi Xian would no longer be trapped in the yellow sand area. Therefore, it did not take long for Yi Xian to walk out of the yellow sand area. However, what appeared in front of Yi Xian was a black area of withered rocks. Black, a boundless black. All of them were stones, stones of all kinds of strange shapes. Chapter 2477. Limerick Woo Woo Woo. The wind carried the sound of weeping. This was the sound of the wind, but it also sounded like sobbing. There were old people, children, men, and women crying. It was clearly just the sound of the wind, but there were all kinds of sounds. This showed that this was not an ordinary place. Yi Xian ignored all of this and continued to walk forward. Before long, Yi Xian saw a tea house in front of him. A divine beast with spikes all over its body and an incomplete form was holding a teapot and serving tea to a customer. The tea was fragrant, but it also carried the smell of blood. It was already extraordinary that such a tea house would appear in such a strange place. However, Yi Xian still walked towards the tea house. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" The divine beast carried the teapot to Yi Xian's side and asked Yi Xian. If it weren't for the special environment here, his words and actions would be no different from a waiter in an ordinary tea house. But if it was a trap, such an obvious trap was a little illogical. So at this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with countless doubts, but he did not ask. "A pot of tea." Yi Xian looked at the divine beast and said casually. The divine beast did not say anything else, but turned and left. Before long, it returned with a pot of tea. "Sir, this is your return tea. After drinking this pot of return tea, you can turn around and go back." Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. This divine beast was actually asking him to leave? "What if I still want to go in?" "How you choose is your own decision. I am powerless to stop you. But if you really must go, then drink all the tea, not leaving a single drop behind. Leave a soul, leave a soul, leave a trace of the soul. The soul is not destroyed, the spirit remains, the cycle of thousands of years. The road ahead is difficult, difficult, the road ahead cannot be held back, cannot be held back." The divine beast was actually reciting a limerick. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not understand what it meant. It was only when Yi Xian saw the customers around him that he understood. "System, detect this waiter." Ding. System notification. The target is a trace of the soul, not a living thing. So it was. This was a soul retention tea house. The meaning of leaving a soul was very simple. It was to keep the soul. Some forces had special abilities. Through special abilities and special magic treasures, when a person wanted to do something they were not confident in, they would use special means to leave behind a strand of their soul. The advantage of this was that if he really did die, then as long as there was a trace of his soul, there would be a chance for him to be revived. This sort of method could not be considered as a commonly used method. After all, on the path of cultivation, it could be said that one could die at any moment. However, some important figures of the factions were used to leave a soul retention tea house. At the most crucial moment, through this soul, it was equivalent to having a second life. Here, there was a soul retention tea house. He didn't know who opened it and why it was opened here. Looking at the customers who were silently drinking tea, it was likely that they had repeated this action countless times. This was because they were only a strand of remnant soul. Without the help of external forces, it was impossible for them to rely on a strand of remnant soul to be revived. Who was it that built such a place? What was the purpose of her building this place? This was the Drought Sea, the habitat of the ancient beasts. Could it be that all the divine beast masters of the demon god domain had built this place because they wanted to exterminate the ancient beasts in the Drought Sea? Maybe it was possible, but what about the yellow sand zone? And what about the waiter? Why couldn't he stay? Listening to his tone, it seemed like he wanted to keep something. Was it to keep someone like Yi Xian, who was trying to enter the Drought Sea? Yi Xian did not know. He had no place to find out. At this moment, Yi Xian had thousands of questions, but he could only keep them to himself. No one could answer for him. This teapot was a treasure because the tea inside could condense on its own. However, Yi Xian did not take it away. Leaving it here might be the right place for this teapot. Yi Xian did not drink the soul retention tea house. He continued on his way. After leaving the soul retention tea house, Yi Xian knew that he had set foot on the path of the ancients. Perhaps someone had walked this path before and hunted ancient beasts through this place. He walked for a full 7 days. Yi Xian had thought of flying through the air to increase his speed. Unfortunately, the idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The sky was a path that could not be taken. Perhaps it was because this place was close to the yellow sand zone, or because there was a serious overabundance of laws here, but in any case, there would be nomological beings floating through the sky from time to time. They were extremely fast, disappearing in a flash. If it were anyone else, they might think that these nomological beings were just passing by. However, Yi Xian, who had experienced the nomological storm, knew that this was the entire course of their lives. There was a strange energy in the sky. It was a nomological power that Yi Xian had never seen before, nor could he sense. The sky was extremely empty. Just from this, Yi Xian could tell that the sky was more dangerous than the ground. That was why Yi Xian did not choose to fly through the sky. At this moment, Yi Xian was no longer in a monotonous black. Instead, he could see buildings. Seeing buildings meant that danger was approaching, because this was undoubtedly equivalent to entering the Drought Sea. And these buildings were undoubtedly built by ancient beasts. The architectural style of ancient beasts was different from that of the divine tribe of the Kunlun divine domain and the beast tribe of the demon god divine domain. These buildings were filled with a sense of ancientness. Each building was not only huge, but also very rough. At this moment, in front of Yi Xian did not know what these buildings were used for because they did not have any signs. These buildings seemed to be made from the skin and bones of some giant beast. Ancient beasts did not have much intelligence. To be able to achieve such a level was already commendable. Moreover, these buildings did not have the slightest aura of an array. In other words, these buildings were unguarded. Yi Xian observed the buildings from afar. Logically speaking, if there were people in the buildings, they should have discovered Yi Xian long ago. However, Yi Xian had not been discovered until now. There was only one possibility. This was an abandoned building. Yi Xian slowly walked forward, towards the buildings. Not long after, he arrived at the door. Indeed, it was wild enough. Perhaps only ancient beasts would have this kind of architectural style. The walls were made of animal skin, but the ancient beasts had drawn strange patterns on them. Chapter 2478. Translator, Niobo Studio Editor. Niobo Studio. Against the ancient beasts, Yi Xian walked through the hall, feeling the ancient aura. There was no divine power here, no power of laws. There was only the purest and most primitive aura. Yi Xian looked like he was admiring a work of art. Sometimes, however, danger would strike when you least expect it. At this moment, Yi Xian wasn't on guard, and this attack was abnormally sudden. Boom! Suddenly, a huge force came crashing down on him. It was a pure and primitive power, but because it was so strong, it triggered the cooperation of some of the laws. The ancient beast clan. Yi Xian retreated quickly. A huge crater had been left where he had been standing. A figure appeared. Of course, it was not a person, but a strange ancient beast. Who are you? The person's voice was very stiff. It was obvious that he did not speak often. Moreover, his words were toneless. Didn't they say that ancient beasts did not have any intelligence? Didn't they say that the ancient beast clan was a barbaric existence? Why could this ancient beast speak human language? Yi Xian was puzzled. He immediately said to the system, "System, detect this guy. I want to see if he is an ancient beast." Ding. System notification. Detection successful. Target specified. Ancient beast clan member. Special ability. Physical enhancement. Ancient beast transformation. So this was not his original form. It seemed that this ancient beast had made some progress after interacting with the divine beasts of the demon god domain for so many years. Moreover, it was obvious that the divine beasts of the demon god domain had given up on managing this place, but the ancient beasts had sent their clansmen out to secretly learn, who said that the ancient beasts were barbaric and ignorant. In Yi Xian's opinion, the ancient beast clan was not as barbaric as he had thought. They even had the transfiguration divine power, although they had only learned a little. He did not know whether the entire ancient beast clan was like this, or whether Yi Xian had encountered a special case. Before Yi Xian could reply, he heard the ancient beast say, "Those who enter will die." After saying that, the ancient beast suddenly ran towards Yi Xian. He clearly wasn't using any divine power or law power, but when this guy ran, he wasn't much slower than Yi Xian. Boom. The ancient beast abruptly threw a punch, and a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas was instantly unleashed. With his attack as the epicenter, everything within a radius of 10,000 kilometers was instantly reduced to nothingness. At this moment, even Yi Xian had to admit that this ancient beast had its own special abilities when it came to body refinement. One had to know that even Yi Xian, with the support of the system, would not be able to cause such a huge amount of damage even if he unleashed his full strength. This ancient beast's strength was so great that it actually resonated with the laws. Generally speaking, after people comprehended the laws, they would take the initiative to guide the power of the laws for their own use, turning it into a means of attack. However, the ancient beasts were not like that. Their attacks were actually based on the strength of their physical bodies. They directly drove the laws and made the laws cooperate with their actions. It could be said that in terms of the utilization of the laws, this ancient beast's actions were very wasteful. However, to drive the laws with one's physical body was already considered a miracle. At this moment, Yi Xian was still in the mood to observe the ancient beast's battle style. However, when the ancient beast attacked again, Yi Xian was no longer in the mood to observe. "Get out, outsider." At this moment, the ancient beast was speaking in human language while transforming into its true form. When the ancient beast's true form was revealed, Yi Xian finally realized how huge it was. It was more than 10 meters tall, and its entire body was filled with firm muscles. The ancient beast casually pulled out a bone from the side and used it as a weapon. Boom, boom. 2 consecutive frenzied attacks forced Yi Xian to continuously retreat. The entire ground was destroyed by the ancient beast's frenzied attacks, as if a violent earthquake had occurred. Every time he attacked, a ray of light would naturally condense on the beast bone. It was the power of the laws that had been restrained. It was extremely fast and powerful. "Wei Zhentian, kill it for me." Finally, Yi Xian had seen enough of the ancient beast's performance and finally made his move. 2 God-Slayer swords appeared in an instant and attacked the ancient beast directly. However, what happened next left Yi Xian in disbelief. The 2 God-slaying swords hit the ancient beast without any resistance. However, the invincible God-slaying swords did not kill the ancient beast. Instead, with a bang, the 2 God-slaying swords were sent flying away. How was this possible? This was the first time Yi Xian had encountered such a situation. It was simply too shocking for Yi Xian. "Damn it, I don't believe that I can't do anything to you. Wei Zhentian, continue attacking." Yi Xian suddenly took out his Rule Divine Bow. As he ordered Wei Zhentian to continue controlling the 2 God-Slayer swords to attack, he also pulled on the Rule Divine Bow. Augment of Gravity Law. Yi Xian used the gravity law once. Wasn't the ancient beast's physical body strong? Then, let's see if it could withstand the gravity law's attack. Boom. The first gravity law divine arrow hit the ancient beast directly. Unfortunately, it only made the ancient beast take a few steps back. The second gravity divine arrow was even worse. It was sent flying by the ancient beast's bone club. Such strength. Yi Xian was convinced. The ancient beast's strength was simply shocking. Even a divine arrow supported by the law of gravity could be sent flying. Just how strong was this guy? However, would Yi Xian give up just like that? Obviously, it was impossible. Augment of Devouring Law. This time, Yi Xian shot 3 divine arrows at the same time. All 3 divine arrows were augmented with the power of the Devouring Law. trying to use physical strength to resist the power of the laws? How could it be that simple? Boom. The ancient beast used the bone club in its hand to smash one of the divine arrows. It thought that it would be sent flying like the previous time. Unfortunately, this time, the divine arrow was smashed into a huge vortex. The violent devouring law was instantly activated. The ancient beast lost its grip on the bone club in its hand and was sucked away by the vortex. It was directly devoured. However, the ancient beast's body did not suffer too much damage. It could not even pull him away. Fortunately, at this time, the other two rule divine arrows had flown over. In an instant, two more vortexes appeared beside the ancient beast. If it were anyone else facing the attack of three rule vortexes, they would have either fled or been killed. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would not have it any easier than the ancient beast. Chapter 2479. Translator, Niobo Studio Editor, Niobo Studio Map Fragment. Did this guy have to be so strong? Yi Xian frowned. With a wave of his hand, he released a divine ability. Absolute Zero. In an instant, the ancient beast was frozen to the spot. Kill him for me. With Yi Xian's order, he released the divine wood sword attendants. The divine wood sword servants attacked the ancient beast with the two god-slaying swords. Unfortunately, the more Yi Xian watched, the tighter his frown became. Because no matter whether it was the divine wood sword servants or the attacks of the two god-slaying swords, to that guy, they simply could not cause any decent damage. It was as if the god-slaying swords had become a blunt, worn knife in front of the ancient beast. Yi Xian's frown deepened, but he was thinking quickly. Suddenly, he thought of a feasible plan. The ancient beast's body was so strong that even the god-slaying swords could not do anything to it. What about their divine consciousness? Yi Xian wanted to try. Yi Xian did not believe that the ancient beast was not afraid of divine consciousness attacks. A solid divine consciousness sword suddenly formed. Following Yi Xian's thought, the divine consciousness sword attacked the ancient beast. Silent and undetectable. Spiritual force attacks were silent in the first place. As for the ancient beast, it also stopped moving at this moment. This guy with such a strong body did not cultivate divine consciousness at all. Therefore, Yi Xian killed him with just one divine consciousness attack. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for killing a border soldier of the Ancient Beast clan. You have obtained a map fragment of the Drought Sea. The map. This was a good thing. No matter where one went, a map was undoubtedly the most useful thing. However, the ancient beast that Yi Xian had killed with great difficulty was just a border soldier. At this moment, Yi Xian did not hold much hope for this trip to the Drought Sea. A border soldier had almost rendered Yi Xian helpless. If he encountered a general or something like that, wouldn't Yi Xian be invincible? With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian swallowed the ancient beast's corpse. This time, Yi Xian's main purpose in entering the Drought Sea was to increase his cultivation level. Naturally, he would not be the same as before. Occasionally, he would hoard resources and wait for the right time to devour them. This time, Yi Xian would devour all of the enemies he killed on the spot. The map fragment could not show the entire Drought Sea. Furthermore, it could not show Yi Xian's location. Hence, Yi Xian could only keep the map for now. After killing the ancient beast's corpse, Yi Xian. As they entered Corpse CC, the ancient beast clan. Unlike what Yi Xian thought, this place was not only inhabited by ancient beasts. In fact, there were many other clans living here. These clans were exceptionally strong. Perhaps they were influenced by the ancient beasts, or perhaps it was because of the environment here, but in any case, the other clans here mainly cultivated their physical bodies. Ding! System notification. Attention host, a special plant has been detected, the ancient seven-feather tree. It is recommended that the host collect it immediately. The ancient seven-feather tree was named after its feather-like fruits. Each time it bore 7 fruits, there would only be 7 of them. The ancient seven-feather tree's fruits had a very special ability. After eating them, the person who consumed them would lose weight rapidly. Even if one lost weight, it wouldn't affect one's strength. That was why the ancient seven-feather tree had become a treasure of the ancient beasts. Almost every member of the ancient beasts would consume one on their coming-of-age ceremony. After all, without consuming the ancient seven-feather tree's magical fruits, the ancient beasts would not be able to move so quickly with their physique. After receiving the system notification, Xian immediately focused his attention in that direction. Sure enough, there was an ancient tree growing in front of him. The 7 feather-like things on the tree were the fruits. However, at this moment, there were 4 ancient beast soldiers guarding the tree. In addition, there was a strange mythical beast. Xian only knew that this mythical beast was raised in captivity by the ancient beasts, but he had no idea what its abilities were. If he wanted to obtain the 7-feather tree, he would have to defeat these 5 guys. Xian released his divine telekinesis and observed carefully. He found that the 4 ancient beasts were guarding one side of the tree. They did not leave at all. It seemed that he had to force his way in. Kill! Xian roared and rushed forward. At the same time, the 5 ancient beasts attacked with their divine telekinesis. Aowu! The sudden attack caused the 4 ancient beasts to panic. However, this time, Xian's divine telekinesis attack did not kill the ancient beasts. Just as Xian was puzzled, he found that the mythical beast that was patrolling the area was emitting a strange energy that protected the 4 ancient beasts. The divine telekinesis attack was blocked. What kind of power was this? Xian had seen many methods that could shield his spiritual sense, but the method that the ancient beast used to shield his spiritual sense was something that Xian had never seen before. It seemed to be an ancient beast's divine telekinesis, but it did not seem to be. System, detect that guy's method. Right now, Xian's detection consumed faith points, so Xian didn't have a lot of faith points left. However, he still had to use what he needed. Ding. System notification. The target is using pulsating demon ability. Pulsating demon ability? Xian frowned. This was a new ability that he had never heard of before. Pulsating demon ability used one's meridians as storage points and one's body as the foundation to create a special array. This kind of energy was unique to ancient beasts and was even more advanced than divine telekinesis attacks. This was because divine telekinesis could only be stored in one's mind, so there was a limit to how much it could be stored. No matter how much one cultivated, it could only be considered as continuously purifying the strength of one's divine telekinesis. However, it could not increase the total amount of divine telekinesis. However, pulsating demon ability was different. Pulsating demon ability could use all of one's meridians and meridians as storage points. Naturally, it could store more energy. Unfortunately, Xian did not know how to use this method. Xian was a little tempted. If he could master this method, wouldn't he be able to store his divine telekinesis separately in his meridians? If that was the case, then the total amount of Xian's divine telekinesis would skyrocket. If that was the case, Xian could only imagine the benefits. Divine Wood Sword Servants, go stop that guy for me. Xian waved his hand and summoned the Divine Wood Sword Servants. Then he ordered them to stop that special mythical beast. Chapter 2480. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Big Tree. The ancient beast clan's realm division was different from ordinary realms. Because they cultivated their bodies, even Xian wasn't able to obtain an accurate division of their strength. He could only estimate their strength based on their status. Fortunately, the ancient beast's strength lay in their physical bodies. No matter how strong they were, they could not truly contend with Xian. Xian held the Godslayer in his hand. This time, he did not let Wei Zhentian control the Godslayer. Xian knew full well that the Godslayer alone would not be able to break through the ancient beast's defenses. Rather than that, he might as well use his own attacks. After all, the critical strike rate of his attacks would greatly increase, and he would also have a chance to trigger a one-hit kill. Ever since Wei Zhentian had become the weapon spirit of the Godslayer and gained the form of the Godslayer, Xian had not personally controlled the Godslayer in battle for a long time. Deicide slash. He suddenly slashed with the sword. A boom was heard, and one of the ancient beasts was sent flying by the sword. Xian did not stop there. With the God-slayer in hand, he immediately chased after the ancient beasts. The ancient beasts' attack and defense were not weak. They were also very agile. However, they only relied on their physical strength and did not use any special abilities. As a result, they were not much of a threat to Yi Xian. It could be said that the most important thing for Yi Xian to deal with the ancient beasts was patience. He had to find a way to wear his opponent down. He did not need to use too much explosive power. Unlike any of the enemies Yi Xian had encountered before, if he wanted to kill the ancient beast clan, it was impossible for him to expect to be able to do so in a single burst of power. 6-syllable mantra, die. Yi Xian activated the 6-syllable mantra, hoping to use the mysterious power of the 6-syllable mantra to kill his enemy. However, this time, Yi Xian failed. This damned ancient beasts actually ignored the power of the 6-syllable mantra. Deicide/. Helpless, Yi Xian swung his sword again, forcing the ancient beast clan member to retreat. Then, he gathered all of his divine sense and released a divine sense sword. The ancient beast that had been suppressed by Yi Xian finally showed a pained expression. It was obvious that the full power of Yi Xian's spiritual force attack had broken through his defense. Ao, what Yi Xian did not expect was that the mythical beast was also crying out in pain. The mythical beast's mana pulse could actually help the ancient beasts withstand damage. Seeing the pained expression on the divine beast's face, Yi Xian's mind moved in an instant. He immediately gave up on attacking the ancient beast in front of him and joined hands with the divine wood sword attendant to directly launch a powerful attack on the divine beast. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to kill the divine beast. After that, it was easy for him to kill the 4 ancient beasts. After clearing out the guards, Yi Xian finally came to the 7-feathered tree as he wished. With a casual wave of his hand, the 7-feathered tree was uprooted by Yi Xian without any ability to resist and directly absorbed into the devouring space. This was because Yi Xian wanted to see if he could grow such a magical plant in the devouring space. Yi Xian originally thought that it would take some effort to grow the 7-feathered tree. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, the 7-feathered tree's vitality was unusually strong. It was not affected by the environment at all. Even after transplanting it into the devouring space, it adapted quickly. With a wave of his hand, the 5 ancient beast corpses on the ground were devoured by Yi Xian and turned into experience points for leveling up. Ding! System notification. Host has broken through to Superior Rank 5 Divine Emperor Realm. Yi Xian could see that in the Drought Sea, one's cultivation level was not so important. This was because the ancient beast's fighting style was completely different. The difference in cultivation level would greatly reduce the suppression of the ancient beasts. Of course, the higher one's cultivation level was, the more advantage one would have. With the God-slayer in hand, Yi Xian walked forward. The Drought Sea was enormous. There was still a long way to go before Yi Xian could reach it. Originally, Yi Xian only wanted to kill ancient beasts here to increase his cultivation level. However, it seemed that there were some things in the Drought Sea that could be kept in the devouring space. This was because there were many things in the Drought Sea that did not exist in the outside world. There were even some rare races among them. These rare races had their own unique characteristics. It just so happened that Yi Xian could take them all. It was almost impossible to find such a dense collection of rare races in the outside world. However, there were many rare races in the Drought Sea. After all, the Drought Sea was already considered a rare place. There was probably no other Drought Sea in the entire realm of the gods. Moreover, if Yi Xian continued killing, it would not be long before the ancient beasts became a rare race as well. It was a tree, an incomparably huge and strangely shaped tree. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the tree in the sky. For a moment, he was stunned. Not long ago, Yi Xian noticed something in the sky and rushed over. When he arrived, he saw this strange tree. Actually, just by looking at the tree's appearance, it looked like an ordinary banyan tree in the realm of the gods. It was not surprising that it had not cultivated any intelligence. However, if one looked at the nutrients it was absorbing, one would not think so. Almost all of the tree was floating in the air. Its thick roots were scattered all over the sky. These roots had several different forms. The most common one was translucent. These roots were densely packed in the air. They were constantly refining the wandering divine power in the surroundings into nourishment. Next were the roots that were as white as jade. It was hard to imagine that these roots were actually refining the power of laws to become nutrients for the tree. It could even devour the power of laws. If one were to say that this tree was simple, they would be stupid. The tree was enormous. Standing on the ground, Xian felt like he was not looking at a tree, but a mountain. Moreover, it was an enormous mountain. Xian was already thinking. Although Xian had not figured out what this tree was for, it would not stop Xian from wanting to absorb it into the devouring space. With divine power and the power of laws as nutrients, this tree must have some mysterious power. Devour! Xian did not think too much about it. He treated this tree like the plants he had encountered before and tried to absorb it directly. However, this time he failed. It was not a complete failure. This was because after Xian activated his devouring ability, one of the roots was absorbed into the devouring space. Xian was slightly stunned. He could sense from the devouring space that the roots were constantly absorbing the power of the devouring space to feed the tree. Xian raised an eyebrow. Chapter 2481. Strange again and again, devour. This time, Xian increased his devouring power in an attempt to grab the tree. However, Xian failed once. Apart from letting more roots enter the devouring space and continuously absorbing energy to feed the tree, Xian gained nothing. Damn it! If Xian did not solve this problem, Xian's devouring space would become the tree's source of energy. And it would be an endless source of energy. In that case, how exactly would he be able to take this tree away? Even the laws were just nourishment for the tree. Xian could not think of any other methods. Suddenly, Xian's eyes lit up. He thought of a type of energy that Xian had just obtained. Because just a moment ago, Xian discovered that at this moment, the strange tree had a faint star energy surrounding it. Moreover, while the tree was extremely afraid of astral energy, it would also think of ways to extract it. Since that was the case, why didn't Xian use the astral energy as bait? Xian's hands continuously condensed strands of astral energy, which were all stored in Xian's devouring space. Xian's idea was very simple. He wanted to use the astral energy as bait to lure the tree and then subdue it. This ancient tree was obviously not as brainless as imagined. It should have some basic consciousness. Since it had some basic consciousness, it was a good thing for Xian. This way, using the astral energy as bait would increase his chances of success. Xian did not have much astral energy, so it was only a fist-sized piece in the devouring space. The fist-sized piece of astral energy constantly emitted a resplendent glow. It was very dazzling. Xian activated his devouring power again in an attempt to subdue the ancient tree. Devour! This was his third attempt. If it did not succeed, Xian would have no choice but to give up. A strong suction force was activated, but the tree remained unmoved. Could it be that Xian had failed again? Suddenly, a tentacle appeared around the ball of astral energy in the devouring space. Then, more and more tentacles began to gather around the ball of light. There was movement. As long as there was movement, it was a good thing. Xian waited silently. Indeed, after a while, the tree's tentacles outside dwindled and all of them gathered around the ball of astral energy. A moment later, the large tree disappeared. As for Xian's devouring space, there was an additional large tree. Actually, it was not a good feeling because Xian did not take the tree away, but Xian, the tree had entered the devouring space itself. In other words, from beginning to end, Xian was unable to do anything to this tree. But no matter what, as long as the tree was absorbed into the devouring space, it was undoubtedly a good thing. After the tree entered the devouring space, Xian could clearly feel the benefits of the tree. Xian did not know how many tentacles the tree had. This was because just like when Xian had forcefully subdued him in the beginning, only a few roots had entered the devouring space. The roots of this big tree were actually spread throughout many places. In various parts of the Divine Realm continent, in some secret realms, there might be roots of that big tree. However, as long as the tree's main body was in the devouring space, then the benefits would naturally flow to the devouring space. The tree used divine power and the power of laws as nutrients, but what it emitted was the power of life. This power of life was extremely strong and dispersed directly into the air. In other words, the entire devouring space would benefit. However, there was only one tree, so the benefits would be much less. Yi Xian seemed to understand why the ancient beasts in the Drought Sea had such strong vitality. Because of the existence of these ancient trees, they constantly converted divine power and the power of laws into vitality. Therefore, it was many times more difficult to cultivate in the Drought Sea than in the outside world. However, the vitality here was unusually strong, so much so that the ancient beasts did not even need to cultivate. Just by breathing, they would naturally be strengthened by the boundless vitality. If possible, Yi Xian naturally wanted to collect more of these trees. There were many mysteries in the Drought Sea, but this was only the beginning. Yi Xian was like a fish in water in the Drought Sea. On one hand, he could kill the ancient beasts to increase his strength, and on the other, he could collect all kinds of strange items. It was quite interesting. System, what is this? After subduing the tree, Yi Xian did not have time to leave before he saw a strange divine beast running towards him. This divine beast was not considered ugly. The reason why he was called strange was because there was a flower growing out of this fellow's head. There were many bright and beautiful flowers. A divine beast with a flower growing on its head? Then was it a beast? Or a plant? Yi Xian watched curiously as the divine beast ran. It seemed to be looking for something. Ding! System notification. Rare species detected, divine flower beast. It is recommended that the host capture it immediately. There is no rush. System, what is up with this divine flower beast? Why is it half animal and half plant? Ding! System notification. The divine flower beast has a special ability, Plant Psychic. This ability allows the divine flower beast to transform into any flower and live on a plant. Yi Xian was stunned. An animal living on a plant? This was unheard of. Could it be that this guy was like a plant and could use sunlight as nourishment to cultivate? Ding! System notification. The divine flower beast has a special ability, Form Imitation. Once activated, it can perfectly merge itself with the plant and allow the plant to share its energy with it. Yi Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Meeting such a strange creature, Yi Xian was speechless. This guy really did rely on plants to feed itself. However, this method of survival was quite unique. Yi Xian could guess what this guy was looking for. He was probably looking for that big tree from before. Perhaps this guy had been living on that big tree all this time. Since this was a rare species, Yi Xian took it into his devouring space. He placed it around the tree. Sure enough, just as Yi Xian had expected, when the flower god beast saw the tree, it revealed an excited expression. It leaped up and jumped high onto the tree. In the blink of an eye, the divine flower beast had completely disappeared. It had completely merged with the tree. No one would be able to detect any abnormality at all. The more Yi Xian looked at it, the more he found it interesting. This divine flower beast was quite special. Chapter 2482. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Cage of Precepts. The reason why Yi Xian hadn't encountered too much danger along the way was because it was still considered an outer area, so the ancient beast clan wasn't on guard against it. As Yi Xian ventured deeper, the ancient beast's defenses became tighter and tighter. More and more creatures belonging to the Drought Sea began to appear. What kind of divine beast is this? Yi Xian looked at the scene in front of him strangely. He could not understand what was going on. The divine beast's body shone with a metallic light, and its back was full of long thorns like swords. Suddenly, the divine beast fixed its gaze on Yi Xian. Obviously, it had noticed Yi Xian and was hostile to Yi Xian. Bush, 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 bush. Several beams of cold light suddenly flew out from the divine beast's back. In the blink of an eye, they were already attacking Yi Xian. Wei Zhentian flew out without hesitation and rushed toward the cold light. The light flashed, and after a while, several broken swords fell to the ground. However, this was just the beginning. Just as the broken swords fell, thousands of cold lights appeared again and rushed toward Yi Xian. The two god-slaying swords blocked Yi Xian's front, preventing the cold lights from getting close to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was very confused. What was this divine beast? Ding! System notification. Target set, sword-forging beast. The sword-forging beast was formed from the divine sword-forging furnace left behind by the ancient sword-forging master. Its original form was only a sword-forging furnace, but it was formed by chance. The sword-forging beast's special ability was to forge swords to attack. The sword-forging beast could quickly forge all kinds of divine swords within its body to attack. The quality of the divine swords was randomly determined. At the same time, if the attack failed, the divine swords would automatically be retrieved. At the same time that he heard the system notification, Yi Xian clearly saw the scene of the divine sword being retracted. He saw the broken swords on the ground turn into streams of light and fly back to the divine beast's side. What a sword-forging beast! With its special ability, it could be said that it could do whatever it wanted in the Drought Sea. Unfortunately, its opponent was Yi Xian. Although the sword-forging beast's body structure compared to the beast's, it could not make Yi Xian helpless. Yi Xian saw Yi Xian quickly took out the divine bow of law, then pulled the bowstring without hesitation. The puppet's power! Yi Xian was Yi Xian's. Was he Yi Xian? The sword-forging beast's translation of the translation. Fong's translation as on translation as translation. Although the sword-casting beast had a certain chance of failure when refining the divine sword, even a weapon refiner had a chance of failure when refining a magic treasure. Yi Xian might not need it himself, but if he brought the sword-forging beast back to the Jiufeng 60,000 mirror of the Kunlun god domain, he might be able to get a good result. Of course, it would be difficult to tame the sword-forging beast just by using the puppet's power. 7 divine arrows of law descended beside the sword-forging beast at the same time. Not all of the divine arrows of law were divine runes, but 4 of them contained the power of divine runes. These 4 divine runes formed an inescapable net, trapping the sword-forging beast in a cage of law in an instant. As for the other 3 laws, they formed a chain that spanned across the sky and reinforced the cage once again. Bang bang bang. Crisp sounds came from the cage. The divine beast of law was struggling, trying to escape. Clang clang clang. The law cage trembled in mid-air from the impact, and a crack actually appeared on it. Yi Xian immediately drew his bow, and several divine arrows of law flew out, strengthening the cage again. Bastard, if you submit to me today, I can spare your life. If you don't submit, don't blame me for tearing you to pieces. Yi Xian roared. The sword-forging beast was a divine beast that had gained sentience, so Yi Xian believed that the sword-forging beast could understand him. The sword-forging beast roared in response to Yi Xian with its anger. Huge power kept crashing into the cage of law. After the crazy sword-forging beast knew Yi Xian's intention, it became even crazier and struggled even harder. You don't submit, right? Today, I'll beat you until you submit. The sword-forging beast did not have any divine runes, so Yi Xian was not worried that it could break out of the cage of law. Yi Xian drew his divine bow of law again, and all kinds of violent divine runes flew out from the divine arrows of law. Ferocious attacks filled the inside of the law cage with all kinds of terrifying power. The sword-forging beast let out a tragic cry, but Yi Xian was unmoved. He did not put away the divine bow of law in his hand. Instead, he casually threw Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero could not trap the sword-forging beast for too long, but even if it was just a blink of an eye, it was enough for Yi Xian to do a lot of things and launch countless powerful attacks. Do you submit? Yi Xian asked loudly. But the sword-forging beast did not show any other reaction besides roaring. If you don't submit, then continue to endure. 6 syllables of truth, cripple. With Yi Xian's roar, a mysterious power was immediately activated. The sword-forging beast paused for a moment, but because of its strong physical body, it was not really crippled. Still, it was slightly injured. The sword-forging beast finally showed fear in its eyes. After all, Xian had injured it with just one sentence and no other action. How could it not be shocked? The sword-forging beast was not stupid, but it was transformed from a sword-forging cauldron, so it would not be too resistant to submit to an expert. But after all, the sword-forging beast had long been used to being at ease after thousands of years. If someone suddenly wanted to subdue it, it would naturally resist. At this moment, the sword-forging beast was in a daze, but its anger had decreased by a lot. Xian did not know this. Seeing that the sword-forging beast still had no intention of submitting, Xian launched another attack. Divine Telekinesis Suppression. This time, Xian directly used the power of his divine telekinesis. No matter how powerful the sword-forging beast was, it had only cultivated for a short time and could not possibly possess a strong divine telekinesis. After all, the sword-forging beast lived in the Drought Sea. Where could it find a cultivation method? The strong divine telekinesis suppression descended on the sword-forging beast. At the same time, Xian's voice sounded. Do you submit? Or Chapter 2483. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios subduing the sword-forged beast. Xian's divine telekinesis increased in intensity. Are you still not convinced? This time, the divine telekinesis pressure was almost tangible. Furthermore, Xian had even added in his killing intent. Xian's patience was running out. He was on the verge of dying. I'll give you one last chance. Submit or die. Boom. The sword-forged beast finally gave in under the divine telekinesis pressure. It knelt on the ground. At the same time, a divine telekinesis sword hovered above the sword-forged beast's head. At the same time, the nomological mystical arrows in Xian's hands flashed. The two god-slaying swords were ready to strike at any time. It was obvious that Xian was ready to kill. If the sword-forged beast did not submit, he would have no choice. Xian did not speak. He waited silently. Xian could not make the sword-forged beast's decision. However, Xian had given it a chance. If it was stubborn, Xian would not mind devouring it. However, the sword-forged beast was not stupid. After realizing that it had no choice, the sword-forged beast no longer hesitated. It sent its quintessence shard out of the cage. The quintessence shard glowed faintly and slowly floated toward Xian. Xian smirked. With a wave of his hand, he collected the quintessence shard. At the same time, all the attacks aimed at the sword-forged beast disappeared. Master! Master! A voice entered the sword-forged beast's mind. However, this voice sounded somewhat immature. It turned out that although the sword-forged beast had lived for tens of millions of years, it had only cultivated for the last 100,000 years. It had only developed sentience recently. After all, it was only a sword-forged cauldron. It was not that easy for it to develop sentience. Since you're a sword-forged cauldron, I'll call you Lil Cauldron. Lil Cauldron, you grew up here. Is there anything special about this place? Xian asked the sword-forging beast. This was because Xian felt that since it was said that this was a place left behind by an ancient expert to forge swords, there might be something else. Master, this place has long since been abandoned. Most of the things have disappeared. However, the original master left behind a sealed place. Perhaps there are some special existences there. The original owner was that ancient almighty being. Since that was the case, there might really be a fortuitous encounter inside. All right, take me there immediately. Xian said to the sword-forging beast without hesitation. The sword-forging beast led Xian towards a large mountain. On the surface, there was nothing special about this mountain. However, as the sword-forging beast led the way, Xian discovered that there was actually a hidden restriction here. Xian had never seen this kind of restriction before. Clearly, it was a technique from the distant past. The sword-forging beast led Xian according to a certain walking pattern. It would either advance or retreat, left or right. Sometimes, it would even walk on the spot. However, the strange thing was that the scenery in front of Xian was changing. Master, this is my home. There is a strange restriction here. It's a little like overlapping space. If you walk according to the specific walking pattern, you will be able to walk home. However, if you make a single mistake, you will be immediately pushed out. Yi Xian nodded. Although Yi Xian had never seen this kind of technique before, Yi Xian had seen something similar. That was overlapping space. Perhaps this place was like that too. Yi Xian followed the sword-forging beast's footsteps. It could be said that every step was very careful. There was not the slightest mistake. Finally, after walking for a full hour, the scenery in front of Yi Xian suddenly changed. The top of a mountain. This was the top of a huge mountain. Moreover, the top of this mountain had clearly been shaved off by someone. However, the top was not really non-existent. Instead, it was suspended not far away, forming a floating island. Yi Xian carefully observed for a moment, only to discover that the mountain beneath his feet, along with the floating island, wasn't it the mountain he saw before? If not for the sword-forging beast leading the way, even if Yi Xian climbed to the top of the mountain, he would not be able to see the difference at all. What a strange restriction. What a strange place. At this moment, the place where Yi Xian was already deserted. In front of Yi Xian was a mound of earth. Yi Xian could vaguely make out the shape of a sword furnace. Logically speaking, a sword furnace built by an ancient almighty should not have been destroyed even after thousands of years. However, the sword furnace had already cultivated into a beast. Naturally, it could not exist for long. Instead, the broken swords and broken materials that were casually thrown around were rather well preserved. This time, Yi Xian did not need the system to tell him that these things were good stuff. The materials that the ancient almighty used to forge divine swords, even if they were just scraps or leftovers, were definitely ancient resources now. Therefore, Yi Xian would not let them go. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained an ancient material, 7 night corners. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained an ancient material, Fengqi undying wood. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained an ancient material, 8 desolates 6 directions longevity holy water. One system notification after another sounded out. Yi Xian had a smile on his face. This time, he'd made a huge profit. Not to mention using these ancient resources, even if Yi Xian used them to devour them, Yi Xian would still be able to reach several levels. However, Yi Xian would not devour them, because these materials were all good stuff. They could definitely be used to forge divine weapons. Even if they were not used to forge divine weapons, the god-slaying sword could still evolve after devouring them. Therefore, these materials were kept by Yi Xian in the devouring space. However, although these things were good stuff in Yi Xian's eyes, they were trash in the eyes of the swordsmithing beast. Master, this trash is everywhere. What do you need it for? Trash? Yi Xian glared at the swordsmithing beast. This kind of trash, no matter how much there was, Yi Xian would accept it all. You mean to say that there are such things here? Yes, master. There is a warehouse in front. It is where these trash and broken swords are stored. Yi Xian did not waste any more time and walked towards the so-called warehouse. A warehouse. It was indeed a warehouse. In a huge stone cave, there were countless materials. Perhaps this place had been well organized before, but now, there was no one to take care of it. Naturally, it was in ruins. Ancient God Emperor Engen. It is said that the ancient God Emperor Tree of Grace no longer exists. Who would have thought that I would be able to find the ancient God Emperor Engen here? Although the ancient God Emperor Engen is not a material for forging weapons, it can be used to carve Dharma images. It is very beneficial for collecting faith points. Chapter 2484. Sword Forging Legacy. Could this black bead be the eyeball of the evil Sky King, one of the 12 heavenly dragons? Why would it be here? The evil Sky Dragon fought against several human experts alone. It is said that the human race suffered heavy losses in order to attack the heavenly dragon tribe, which gave the other divine beast tribes a chance. Heavenly Demon Feather? Is this the Heavenly Demon Feather? The Heavenly Demon tribe is an extinct mystical tribe. I didn't expect to find a feather left behind by them here. Yi Xian looked at everything in front of him in astonishment. All these things made Yi Xian feel as if he had entered a huge treasure trove. Materials were constantly being absorbed into Yi Xian's devouring space. These things, whether or not they were useful in the eyes of the ancient Almighty, even if they were trash, were absolutely good things now. For Yi Xian, this was a great opportunity that could only be found by chance. Yi Xian would not give up this opportunity no matter what. Yi Xian would definitely take all these things away. Resources were constantly being categorized. Those that Yi Xian recognized would be taken away. Those that he didn't recognize would be appraised by the system. Those that he couldn't appraise would be kept. However, not everything was useful. Many materials were useless because of the lack of other supplementary materials. Sigh, what a pity. This is the main material for refining the Heavenly Saint Divine Seal, but the other essential special material for refining the Heavenly Saint Divine Seal has long been extinct. Even if I get this thing now, I can't use it at all. What a pity, what a pity. Forget it. Since I can't find a suitable use for it, I can't waste it. I'll just devour it. Yi Xian waved his hand and the material that had been deemed useless was directly devoured by Yi Xian. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. The host is now a superior level 6 divine emperor. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to the system's notification because Yi Xian knew very well that there would be more levels later. Resources were quickly categorized. Yi Xian had picked up a huge bargain this time. It could be said that the harvest this time was extremely rich. If compared to the harvest in the ancient Zither space, not to mention the fact that there were not many resources in the ancient Zither space, even if there were in quantity, it was impossible to obtain so much. The harvest this time was probably enough for the ancient Zither space to produce for 1,000 years. At the same time, the resources that Yi Xian deemed to be useless were also devoured by Yi Xian. One had to know that many of the resources that Yi Xian had devoured were already considered unique existences in the God realm. They were already extinct. However, Yi Xian didn't hesitate to devour them all. The value of these things could not be measured with spirit stones. Many experts had some special hobbies. Among them, collecting extinct resources was something most experts liked to do. However, Yi Xian didn't care. Ding! Host has broken through. The host is now a superior level 7 divine emperor. Along with the system's notification, it was unknown how many resources Yi Xian had devoured. This item was the material of a divine beast. This divine beast was called the Moon Devourer Spirit. It was a mysterious ancient divine beast. In the realm of the gods, not to mention the moon, even starlight was hard to find. However, the Moon Devourer Spirit had a special ability. It could use a strange ability to gather all the scattered energy of the divine moon. In the ancient era, the Moon Devourer Spirit was already an extremely rare existence, let alone now. The realm of the gods naturally didn't have such a divine beast anymore. As for their spirit moon pearl, the one that Yi Xian had just devoured was probably the last one in the realm of the gods. The spirit moon pearl didn't have many uses. It could only emit a strange kind of moonlight. This moonlight was very beautiful and very gentle. It had a special effect on retaining a woman's beauty. It was said that if one used the spirit moon pearl to build an underground palace, not to mention living in it all year round, just going there once in a while would have the same effect as taking a face-retaining pill. Unfortunately, this item would no longer exist in the realm of the gods in the future. The sword-forging beast looked at its master in confusion. In the sword-forging beast's heart, it couldn't understand Yi Xian's joy at all. It even wondered what was wrong with Yi Xian. One had to know that in the sword-forging beast's heart, these things were just trash. They were all worthless things. However, Yi Xian liked them so much. This was what the sword-forging beast couldn't understand. Yi Xian practically dug 3 feet into the ground to identify everything that he could see. He kept the useful ones and devoured the useless ones. He didn't waste anything that wasn't even worth devouring. In the future, he would leave it for auction. It would definitely be a fortune for the customer. When Yi Xian was finally done, the sword-forging beast said to Yi Xian, "Master, please follow me. The only place in the house that is still intact is here. The original owners set up a restriction here. I can't enter at all. However, I can be sure that the inside hasn't been destroyed." Did that mean that these places outside had already been looted by someone? Yi Xian's expression turned ugly. This meant that there were many other good things here. Of course, Yi Xian recovered after a short while. After all, even if someone had ransacked this place, it would have been many years ago. Moreover, it was very likely that it wasn't done by humans. One had to know that these things were all good things even in the ancient times. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so many things left here, regardless of whether it was a human or a divine beast expert who came here. There were only two reasons to explain why there were so many good things here. One was that the person who looted this place was definitely more powerful than the ancient times. The other possibility was that the thing that destroyed this place was something without intelligence. Yi Xian didn't dwell on this question. He followed the sword-forging beast directly to the restricted area. There was an ancient restriction set up here. For a moment, Yi Xian couldn't do anything about it. However, Yi Xian wouldn't give up. Since there was a restriction here, it meant that there might be something completely sealed inside. Yi Xian's understanding of restrictions was quite good. After all, he was a restriction master. At the same time, he was also a divine talisman master, array master, and so on. Therefore, it wasn't too difficult for him to study this array. At least, it was easier for him compared to others. It could be said that if Yi Xian couldn't break this restriction, there wouldn't be many people in the entire realm of the gods who could. Yi Xian sat cross-legged and began to think. He sat there for a whole year. For a year, Yi Xian didn't move at all. It was as if he had turned into a stone. The sword-forging beast also stayed by Yi Xian's side, silently waiting for Yi Xian. On this day, as usual, Yi Xian sat cross-legged. The sword-forging beast silently glanced at Yi Xian. When it saw that Yi Xian still didn't move, it prepared to go out for a stroll. Chapter 2485. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Divine Heavenly Sword Request, so that's how it is. A faint voice, just 4 short words. But these 4 words had been waiting for a full year. After a year, Yi Xian finally understood them. Yi Xian did not care about the situation around him. The sword-forging beast consciously guarded Yi Xian while Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword to move around Yi Xian. Yi Xian silently stood up and walked to the side of the barrier that was like a light screen. Then, he directly pressed his hand onto it. A bright light burst forth and pierced through the clouds. It could be said that from the outside, the entire mountain peak was emitting a bright light. Unfortunately, no one knew where this light was coming from. Moreover, this was the Drought Sea. The ancient beasts would not do such a thing. The light continued, but Yi Xian's body slowly faded. It was the power of the stars. Wasn't Yi Xian's current state the translucent state he was in when he understood the power of the stars? It turned out that the power of the stars had been incorporated into this barrier. How many people in the realm of the gods had the power of the stars? To have the power of the stars, to have a good understanding of barriers, and to have sufficient strength. In the current realm of the gods, it would be difficult to find anyone other than Yi Xian. It was as if this place was specially built for Yi Xian. Of course, this was something that was impossible. The only explanation was that in this era of great sword-forging masters, the power of the stars was a very common thing. The light in Yi Xian's hand continued to shine, and the barrier quickly reversed. The method to open the barrier was very simple. It only needed to reverse the direction of the barrier. Perhaps this place was not a restriction at all. It was merely a door. However, this door was made using a special method and the power of the stars had been incorporated into it. That was why it was so mysterious and unbreakable. The root of all this was the power of the stars. It could be said that if it weren't for Tianhu, even Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Yi Xian pushed the door open and entered. However, when he entered, he found that the interior was not filled with treasures as he had imagined. Instead, there was only an altar and a box. Yi Xian silently walked over, but in his heart he was incomparably puzzled. Could it be that this ancient supreme being only had this kind of box as his collection? Then what was in the box? Yi Xian used his divine telekinesis to probe the box. After confirming that there was no danger, he took the box. Opening the box, an illusory figure appeared. It was an old man wearing a 5-colored battle suit. He had grizzled hair and a smile on his face. Finally, Someone has obtained my inheritance. The 10 million years of waiting have not been in vain. Yi Xian was shocked. Just what kind of cultivation level did one need to be in order for a strand of soul to not be destroyed for thousands of years? One had to know that since the sword forging grandmaster was no longer around, his godhead had probably been shattered. Yet, a strand of his soul had actually survived for tens of thousands of years. Greetings, senior. Yi Xian respectfully bowed to the strand of soul. After all, this was an expert from thousands of years ago. Yi Xian still had to show some respect. Dispense with the formalities. Fated person, the fact that you are able to come here means that we are fated. I don't have much time, so I won't say too much nonsense. This box contains my sword forging inheritance. I only hope that you can promise me one thing. You must definitely master the divine heavenly sword. Divine heavenly sword? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He didn't know how powerful this divine sword that had been separated by the ancient Almighty for tens of thousands of years was. Senior, may I know what's so special about this divine heavenly sword? There's nothing special about the divine heavenly sword. It's just a wish of mine. This divine heavenly sword was nurtured with the power of faith. We spent millions of years to gather the power of faith of countless believers. This divine heavenly sword represents a belief that the world is harmonious. Kid, your current cultivation level is still too low, so it's impossible for you to come into contact with something of that level. However, I have to tell you, kid, don't underestimate the power of faith. Only the power of faith is the purest form of energy. The power of faith was a cultivation energy? Yi Xian was even more confused. After all, Yi Xian had been using the power of faith all this time, but he didn't see that it could be used for cultivation. However, Yi Xian also knew that this old man wouldn't lie to him. Then, was it because the inheritance of the thing the old man was talking about had been lost? Or was it because his strength wasn't enough to understand that level of existence? Yi Xian didn't know that much. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't care so much. Since this divine heavenly sword was the wish of this almighty swordsmith, and Yi Xian had obtained his inheritance, then helping him forge a divine heavenly sword wasn't a big deal. All right, senior, look, I promise you. As long as I have the ability, I'll definitely forge this divine heavenly sword. Good, good, good. The almighty swordsmith repeated the word, good, 3 times before continuing, then, I'm relieved. This remnant soul of mine has been sealed by me using a special method. I don't know anything else. In fact, you can treat me as a letter. Now that you've obtained the inheritance, my mission can be considered complete. After saying that, the remnant soul turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. Yi Xian bowed to the remnant soul again before receiving the wooden box. Obviously, the wooden box wasn't made of ordinary wood. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained intact for thousands of years. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't know what the box was made of. Inside the box was a bamboo scroll. The forging method recorded on the bamboo scroll was no longer in use. However, there was something special about these bamboo slips. That was, they were capable of recording a lot of things. Perhaps it was because in that era, the bamboo scroll was the best at recording things. Yi Xian quickly accepted the knowledge regarding the forging of divine swords. This almighty swordsmith was special. He could only forge all kinds of divine swords. It could be said that he could forge divine swords of all kinds of quality. Moreover, many of the quality were already beyond the current era. Yi Xian called them immemorial mystical armaments. This method of forging immemorial mystical armaments was probably the only one in the entire God realm. Yi Xian silently left. In this world that had been sealed for thousands of years, Yi Xian didn't want to destroy it. Let's go, little cauldron. Let's leave this place. Yi Xian directly led the swordsmith beast out of this special area. When they left, they even concealed the aura of this place. It could be said that other than Yi Xian and the swordsmith beast, it was impossible for anyone to enter this place. Chapter 2486. Strengthening the god-slaying sword. Yi Xian's trip to the Drought Sea was not in vain. Even if Yi Xian did not gain anything later on, Yi Xian had already made a huge profit. The method of forging immemorial mystical armaments recorded in the sword forging legacy had long been lost. Of course, the materials required were also very special. It could be said that even the lowest grade required ancient resources. Fortunately, Yi Xian's devouring space could provide these resources, so there was nothing to be afraid of. After Yi Xian left, he did not continue exploring the Drought Sea. Instead, he found a remote place and set up restrictions and arrays. He built a furnace and prepared to forge a sword. Of course, he was not forging a sword, but strengthening the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword was already considered extremely powerful, but according to the records of the sword forging legacy, Yi Xian discovered that the god-slaying sword still had many shortcomings. This time, Yi Xian's goal was to integrate the arrays into the god-slaying sword. Of course, the integrated array was not ordinary. It was a special array called 1 becomes 10,000. The effect of this array was that once it was activated, it could turn one god-slaying sword into 10,000. Once it succeeded, the benefits would naturally be indescribable. Little Cauldron, Divine Wood Sword Attendant, Wei Zhentian, watch for me. No one is allowed to disturb me. Yi Xian instructed the sword forging beast and the rest. Then he sealed the cave and locked himself in. Practicing in the cave would not affect him at all, and it would also prevent some troublesome things such as light and sound. Fire, rise. With a wave of his hand, a 7-colored flame immediately rose from the sword furnace. This was the lowest grade of flame. The mysterious 7-colored flame was just the flame that Yi Xian used to nurture the furnace. This time, Yi Xian needed to use a total of 12 different flames. Each of these flames could be said to be extremely rare. Fortunately, Yi Xian had learned them all from the sword forging legacy. This sword forging legacy included the inheritance of flames, materials, arrays, runes, and other aspects. It was definitely not just the sword forging legacy that he had imagined. If he didn't have the system, he wouldn't even be able to comprehend these things without hundreds or thousands of years. The flames slowly began to change, and Yi Xian did not hesitate to throw a pile of special resources into the sword furnace. The god slayer silently floated there, quietly waiting. This training lasted for a total of 49 days. 49 days was not a long time, but unfortunately, it was enough to attract a lot of things. 3 days ago, Yi Xian had already sensed strange movements from the outside world. To be more precise, someone was attacking the mountain gate. But at that time, Yi Xian was at the most critical juncture of his sword training, so he could not afford to slack off in the slightest. He could only turn a blind eye. At this moment, there were more than a dozen experts gathered outside Yi Xian's cave. Although the ancient beasts cultivated their bodies, they were also very interested in divine weapons. To them, a good divine weapon was even more attractive than countless supreme cultivation techniques. Just 3 days ago, a burst of sword intent had erupted from the cave. That was because Yi Xian had not been able to conceal it in time while he was practicing his sword. That sword intent was incomparably sharp. It was just sword intent, but it seemed to be able to cut through heaven and earth. Therefore, the ancient beasts had charged over without hesitation. However, when they arrived, they discovered that there were 3 irksome fellows blocking their path. A sword, a divine beast, and a person. The sword was naturally transformed from Wei Zhentian, the divine beast was the sword forging beast, and the person was the divine wood sword attendant. Master is practicing his sword. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The sword forging beast spoke in human language and stepped out. But why would those experts care so much? In the eyes of the ancient beasts, divine swords were innate. There was no such thing as practicing the sword. Because there were many ancient divine weapons left in the Drought Sea, the ancient beasts had always thought that the divine weapons they found were bestowed by the heavens. Now that they heard that someone was practicing the sword and were not allowed to enter, how could they agree? They thought that the sword forging beast was just making up an excuse. Practicing the sword? Why haven't we heard of practicing the sword? Do you think we are stupid? Brothers, let's charge over. They must have hidden divine weapons. The ancient beasts said that they were not stupid. They were probably the only ones who would believe those words. However, these fellows were lacking in the head to begin with. Thus, without any explanation, they directly attacked. The Divine Wood Sword Attendant had strong defensive abilities. At this moment, they were not at a disadvantage when fighting against the ancient beasts. Wei Zhentian transformed into the god-slaying sword and moved around to provide support. The sword-forging beast supported from a distance. The three of them worked together and barely blocked the attacks. Unfortunately, it was just barely. As the battle progressed, it was obvious that the three of them were not strong enough. After 3 days, the sword-forging beast was already dispirited. Even its legs were trembling. Apparently, it was seriously injured. As for Wei Zhentian, he had changed the shape of his Dharma treasure many times. Only the Divine Wood Sword Attendant was slightly better. Unfortunately, it was only slightly better. At this moment, it was covered in wounds. Rumble! There was the sound of thunder. It was the power of divine thunder. The power of the divine thunder suddenly descended. One strike, just one strike, and the entire mountain was reduced to dust. It turned out that the god-slaying sword had finally taken shape. At this moment, it was guiding the divine thunder to do the final consolidation. Practicing the sword with divine thunder was the most common method of sword forging that Yi Xian had obtained. Moreover, the more powerful the divine thunder was, the better the effect. The destructive power finally made the ancient beasts stop what they were doing. They looked into the cave in confusion. At the same time, a figure was also walking out. Step by step, the figure walked with light steps. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, the sword-forging beast and the other two immediately returned to Yi Xian's side. Wei Zhentian even directly removed his Dharma treasure form and hid in Yi Xian's body. The Divine Wood Sword Attendant was still guarding in front of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian said indifferently, "All right, you go and rest. Leave the rest to me." The ancient beasts looked at Yi Xian in confusion. However, they could see that behind Yi Xian, there was something special about the god-slaying sword. "Hand over the divine weapon and we will spare your life," a powerhouse from the ancient beast clan said resolutely. Unfortunately, what answered him was a powerful attack. "You all are courting death." Yi Xian was never a person to be bullied, especially when someone bullied him. Moreover, it was a foreign race. Eternal Night Field. In an instant, all the ancient beasts lost their vision. No matter how strong his physical body was, without divine will, they were trapped in the Eternal Night Field. They could not see anything. I can't see. Kill. It's dark. Why is it dark? Chapter 2487. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 1 to 10,000. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not continue to attack. Yi Xian was waiting for the god-slaying sword to complete its last step. Yi Xian wanted to use these guys as test subjects for the god-slaying sword. The sound of thunder continued. The god-slaying sword was experiencing its own heavenly tribulation. Thunder rumbled. Every bolt of lightning made the god-slaying sword more condensed. As time passed, the heavenly lightning fell, causing ancient patterns to appear on the god-slaying sword. These patterns were the final result of Yi Xian's forging. Runes. Strengthening runes were on the god-slaying sword. They were the main medium for the god-slaying sword to possess the 10,000 sword avatars. These rune techniques had probably long been lost. The divine talisman of the divine talisman race and these runes were two different things. The runes were very simple. Perhaps just a few simple lines had a unique use. The power of the runes was not simple. Unfortunately, the techniques used to create the runes could only be seen a little in the array. The runes now were not simple runes. They were ancient runes. Exquisite lines and simple techniques were the main methods used to create ancient runes. The power of the heavenly lightning that the god-slaying sword was experiencing was constantly refining the runes. Only by making the runes more condensed could the forging of the god-slaying sword be considered a true success. It could be said that the reason why this last process required the power of the divine lightning was because it was impossible for Yi Xian to rely on his own strength to strengthen the rune. Lightning flashed continuously. If one encountered such heavenly lightning during the heavenly tribulation in the lower realm, Not to mention such a chain of heavenly lightning, even the power contained in one of them would be unstoppable. It could be said that even if Yi Xian personally resisted the power of the heavenly lightning, he would not be able to withstand more than a few bolts. However, the god-slaying sword was experiencing 999 bolts of heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning descended at an extremely fast speed. Although it was slow, it was only half an hour. This half hour was extremely dangerous. It could be said that the god-slaying sword could break at any time. However, the god-slaying sword was not an ordinary divine sword. Therefore, the god-slaying sword persevered. The lightning disappeared and the god-slaying sword returned to Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian held the god-slaying sword. It did not seem to be any different, but he knew that the god-slaying sword had already undergone a great change. It's time to test out the new power of the God-Slayer. I want to see what kind of power the God-Slayer has now. God-slaying sword, whoosh 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 whoosh. The god-slaying sword turned into thousands of phantoms in the air. These were not illusions formed from divine power, but real existences. They were replicas constructed from the power of some mysterious law. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the numerous ancient beast clansmen trapped in the Evernight domain suffered an unimaginable blow. The god-slaying swords turned into streaks of light in the sky, heading straight for the ancient beasts. One after another, the sword lights connected without any gaps. Poochie! No matter how strong the bodies of the ancient beasts were, how could they withstand the sharpness of the god-slaying sword? One had to know that the god-slaying sword had been tempered by the divine thunder, making it even sharper. The ancient beasts were pierced through one by one. Perhaps they did not understand what was going on until they died. In the Evernight domain, they could not see anything. They could only endure in silence. When the last god-slaying sword fell, Yi Xian finally removed the Evernight domain. At this moment, in front of Yi Xian was a broken world. Many ancient beast clansmen were cut into pieces by the god-slaying sword. The terrifying power of the god-slaying sword increased its power by several times with just one forging. The power of the swordsmithing inheritance was even more powerful than Yi Xian had expected. Obtaining this inheritance might be more useful than obtaining several powerful supernatural powers. Devour! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian devoured the ancient beasts. After all, the corpses of the ancient beasts were still useful. Ding! System notification. Host has broken through to Superior Rank 8 Divine Emperor Realm. 2 levels in a row. This time, the devouring allowed Yi Xian to rise 2 levels in a row. It was obvious that these ancient beasts were strong. Unfortunately, they only cultivated their physical bodies. In that case, they would not be able to resist the god-slaying sword at all. Yi Xian lamented in his heart. No matter how strong one's physical body was, it was a pity that there were still flaws. If there were the same number of strong cultivators with the power of precepts, perhaps Yi Xian could use the power of the god-slaying sword to kill them, but it would not be so easy. In fact, Yi Xian might even be killed instead. Yi Xian had heard that one should not be too greedy. The best way to cultivate was to be able to choose a suitable path and move forward. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had a different idea. The requirement of the title was to be able to control more power. Whether it was a secondary profession or a number of precepts, the more power one had, the stronger one would be. And now, the result of the ancient beast's physical body was right in front of Yi Xian. Perhaps, in the realm of the gods, the saying that one should not bite off more than one could chew did not make sense. In the realm of the gods, the simplest and most direct way to obtain more power was to cultivate more options. Whether it was a mystique, precepts, or a secondary profession, having more options seemed to be the best way to cultivate in the realm of the gods. Of course, although Yi Xian had this realization, it was not certain whether it would work. After all, no matter how strong a genius was, it was impossible to have too much power at once. If one cultivated too much, no matter how strong a genius was, it would not be enough. Of course, in the realm of the gods' tradition, no one would really cultivate too much. However, Yi Xian's realization was telling Yi Xian that there were benefits to cultivating too much. Let's go, let's leave this place. Yi Xian waved his hand and put away the divine wood sword servants. Then he led the sword-forging beast outside. Along the way, Yi Xian continued to look for ancient beasts to kill. After all, ancient beasts were so easy to kill, and they gave a lot of experience. If he did not kill them, what else could he kill? Until Yi Xian's actions finally attracted the attention of the truly strong ancient beasts. On this day, Yi Xian was killing ancient beasts as usual. Then, he devoured their corpses to increase his cultivation level. However, the sky suddenly darkened. From the sky, an incomparably huge black shadow descended. It was a strange, mechanical structure. It was like a pavilion that could fly. However, what drove it was not divine power or precepts. Instead, it was 3 strange birds. Chapter 2488. Translator, Niobo Studio Editor. Niobo Studio. The strength of the ancient beast general. As soon as the pavilion landed, they saw an ancient beast walk out from it. This ancient beast didn't look much different from the other ancient beasts. The only difference was that it was much larger in size. It was also wearing an armor made of an unknown material. Behind this ancient beast was a troop of ancient beast soldiers. When the soldiers saw Yi Xian, they immediately said, "General, this is the strange fellow who has been killing our people." General? Ancient beast general? The classification of ancient beast strength was different from that of the realm of gods. Hence, their status was usually used as a symbol of their strength. During this period of time, it could be said that Yi Xian had been killing ancient beast soldiers or ordinary ancient beasts. This was the first time he had encountered a general. During this period of killing, the ancient beasts did not attach much importance to him. In fact, they even underestimated him. In Yi Xian's eyes, ancient beasts were just experience points that were easier to kill. Although this kind of action was somewhat unfair to ancient beasts were ancient beasts after all, not humans. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally didn't feel any burden in his heart. It's like you stepped on an ant to death. Don't tell me you still feel uneasy? Although the strength of an ancient beast was many times stronger than that of an ant, it still felt that way. Who are you? Why are you killing my people? Do you have a death wish? These 3 questions only reinforced Yi Xian's belief in their ignorance. Yi Xian did not attach too much importance to the ancient beast general. He did not even bother to waste his breath. He chose to attack immediately. Godslayer, attack. The Godslayer's ability to split itself into 10,000 was very effective in the Drought Sea. Hence, Yi Xian did not hesitate and attacked immediately. However, this time, the result was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. The attack was ineffective. The Godslayer turned into 10,000 rays of sword light and rushed towards the ancient beast general. However, the attack was ineffective. All the attacks hit General Ancient Beast, but General Ancient Beast didn't even move. It allowed the God-slaying sword's attacks to hit it, but it didn't leave a single mark on General Ancient Beast. Perhaps the only result of this battle would be to destroy General Gu Shou's armor. "How dare you damage my armor?" As he said that, the Ancient Beast General smashed his fist into Yi Xian. It was so strange that Yi Xian was almost unable to react in time. Luckily, it was only a little bit more. Yi Xian reacted in time, but he only managed to take a few steps back. The advantage of taking a few steps back was that the punch did not directly hit Yi Xian. However, it did not mean that it did not affect him at all. It was just the wind from the punch, but it made Yi Xian feel extremely pressured. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This ancient beast general was really too strong. It was so strong that even the wind from the punch had such power. Yi Xian stopped underestimating him. This time, he realized that such a terrifying existence existed in the Drought Sea. Continue fighting? If Yi Xian knew that he couldn't win, then he would be an idiot if he forced himself to continue fighting. Yi Xian wouldn't continue fighting. After just one blow, Yi Xian already knew how strong General Ancient Beast General was. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay at all as he retreated like a madman. Some things had to be done decisively. Yi Xian already knew how strong the fallen fire was. Why would Yi Xian continue fighting? Was he looking for trouble? Flee in a sorry state. At this moment, Yi Xian no longer had the attitude of casually killing those ancient beasts. The current Yi Xian was already quite fearful of the ancient beast general. His attack had been completely ineffective, while the ancient beast general's attack, even if it was just a casual blow, was enough to make Yi Xian feel extremely uncomfortable. This was the gap between them, an extremely huge gap. Therefore, Yi Xian could only flee. Fortunately, after this period of time, Yi Xian had already leveled up. At this moment, Yi Xian was already at the peak of the 9th grade Divine Emperor realm. A superior grade 9 Divine Emperor was only one step away from reaching the Godly Venerate realm. Yi Xian's initial goal was to reach the Godly Venerate realm before leaving this place. However, the appearance of this ancient beast general forced Yi Xian to change his mind. It seemed that there was a reason why the Drought Sea was classified as a forbidden zone in the demon god's domain. Even the Divine Lord had personally led a team into this place and returned in defeat. After all, if a general had such battle strength, there must be other experts above the general. For example, a commander or a king. And it was unknown how strong these experts were. Overall, although the later stages of body refinement were weak, they still had the advantage. At least in the early stages, it wasn't easy to deal with them. Yi Xian left quickly because he was temporarily unable to contend against the ancient beast general. It could be said that if Yi Xian wanted to leave, no matter how many ancient beasts there were, they wouldn't be able to stop him. As for this mere ancient beast general, it would be impossible for him to stop Yi Xian. Yi Xian's figure flashed continuously. With just a single infinite teleportation, the ancient beast general couldn't do anything to him. No matter what, the ancient beast general could only move on foot. However, Yi Xian could infinite teleportation. Not only was his movement unpredictable, but his speed was also extremely fast. The ancient beast general couldn't do anything about it and could only eat Yi Xian's dust. Yi Xian moved crazily until he retreated 1,000,000 miles away. Only then was he truly safe. It was unknown whether the ancient beast general didn't really intend to pursue Yi Xian or if it couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's movements. In any case, Yi Xian was already far away from the ancient beast general when he retreated 1,000,000 miles away. Yi Xian didn't choose a direction when he ran. Instead, he moved forward at will. However, he was retreating towards the periphery. Unknowingly, Yi Xian was already very close to the yellow sand zone. Yi Xian could already see the edge of the yellow sand zone through his spirit consciousness. At this point, Yi Xian stopped moving forward. What should he do next? Should he choose a new direction and continue to explore the Drought Sea, or should he leave? If he continued to explore the Drought Sea, he might be able to find other opportunities. Without mentioning anything else, just killing ancient beasts and raising his cultivation level was an extremely good choice. However, since Yi Xian's actions had already alarmed one of the ancient beast general, it was very possible that no matter where Yi Xian went, he might encounter other ancient beast generals. Hence, this choice wasn't very good. Bing didn't hesitate for long before he made his choice. He decided to leave the Drought Sea. The core of the Drought Sea might have many unknowns, but Yi Xian didn't want to continue exploring. The danger was secondary. The main reason was that Yi Xian didn't feel that there was a more mysterious inheritance in the Drought Sea than the sword forging inheritance.